Good afternoon, good evening, good day, and good morning to those of you on the West Coast. We had in oh yeah, zero emissions. Almost. We had an interesting morning, and oh, you hit me with your headphones. Okay. We had an interesting morning, and nothing went according to plan, but we did get some fresh air and sunlight. However, a good portion of the articles are locked away in the phone, but we'll get them because it was behaving well. Then we also have we planned a special guest for you today, and we'll see if that all works out. But if not, we're going to get started with some of the big news. Uh, we'll talk about Wednesday in a minute, but let's get started with making sure the chat works and making sure that the stream is healthy. So let me go here. I see that David says the chat is working. Ms. Green is hosting with helper Kacey. That's right. She's an abusive boss. You see this? All right, let's see. Why is the YouTube? It says it's done. So let me hit refresh. And then it shouldn't say done anymore. Check that stream health. I don't know if we're on Facebook today. Yeah, we are on Facebook today. And if it behaves, we'll be on Facebook starting again in April on the regular. Yep. Eddie says, all righty. So obviously you guys can hear us. Let me make sure that it's coming through clearly. Then we'll get into the good stuff. Maybe how did you get all this chocolate? You didn't even eat chocolate. All right, so we're going to go to content. Then we're going to go to live streams. And then, introducing podcasts in studio. That's new. We will look at that later, but now we're going to start with today's stream. So the picture for today's stream is a photo of my, probably the 2012 Chevy Volt, but it could be the 2013 Chevy Volt. And it was complaining about engine maintenance because I bought it to be primarily electric, and it rarely would run the what they call the range extender, the generator, the gas engine. And I had been putting it off, and so then there's a message saying, "Hey, you can put it off for up to 24 hours, or do you want to do the maintenance now?" And I don't know what I picked for that one. Usually, I put it off unless I was going somewhere further. All right, so now. Oh, yeah? Well, you didn't want to wear them. Okay. And oops, not pause. Not pause. Come on. Oh, you're jiggling. That's why my arm is moving. She's jiggling. Okay, I hear it. And here we go. You going with mommy? You going with mommy? Oh, okay. Yeah, she is. I'm out of here. Put her headphones away with her snacks. And Renee says hello. Good to see you. So whenever Moto's in a good mood, she'll come back on stream. And let's start with the second biggest event of the week with share screen. And we're going to hit Edge tab. And I'm going to hit that one. This one from Tesla. All right, Anders says good evening. Let's get you up on the screen there, Anders. And then we'll get this view set straight. There we are. So one of the things that came out last week was on the previous show, I showed you all of the Magic Dock installations going on in New York and California. There are now 10 sites that have both the Magic Dock and have been opened up for other non-Teslas to supercharge. So let's take a look. I've muted the music. So non-Tesla supercharging in North America. You open your app, you select a site, and then install. Then you click charge here. You pick a stall. Some of you already have your credit card in there. It'll unlock the stall. You push in and then pull back out. So it gets a good seat on the adapter inside the Magic Dock. And so now you'll have a CCS connector instead of a NACS connector, and you'll be able to charge at whatever your car can handle. So in this example, they were doing 172 kilowatts. When you're done, you hit stop, and you push that button to unlatch, and then put it back in the pedestal. You can see how much they charge you, and then you drive off, which is pretty cool. All right, let's. I don't want to stop sharing. I want to shrink this down. This should be called non-NACS EVs. I agree. Boom. When a non-NACS EV is charging, it can have annoying green lights to let other people nearby. All right, and then this guy is showing how to do it on his Ford Lightning, but we've got another guy showing us how to do it on his Ford Lightning. Our friend Sergio went there, and he was one of the first people to make a video on it on YouTube. So let's take a look what he had to say.
All right, so Tesla just unlocked their chargers for non-Tesla owners to be able to use their chargers. So I'm heading there right now because I want to see what it's about. Is it going to work? What's going on? Stand by.
He picked the Scotts Valley Supercharger. He picked stall 1A. They're showing him how to do it like we just saw in the video.
All right, what's up, y'all? It's Sergio. So got the Lightning, made it to the Tesla Supercharger. I'm about to check out the Magic Dock. We're gonna see how Tesla allows non-Tesla owners to be able to use their charger. Let's check it out. The Magic Jack, I was able to unlock it already. I'm about to push it in, pull out the CCS charger. Got the Lightning right here. I'm gonna plug it up and see how it works. Tesla has unlocked their charging stations for us to be able to use them for non-Tesla owners. And my truck is flashing blue. Looks like I got a successful charge going. You can see what it says on the inside and how long it's gonna take for it to charge up.
Day at 3 p.m. Eastern, you can check out Shaggy's.
Over here playing music. So currently I'll be at 90% at 6:40 p.m. It is 4:36. So it literally take me, oh actually now it's dropped to 6:18. I don't know what it's putting out. I'm gonna check the Tesla app and see if it shows me.
123 kilowatt, that's strong. And put in 2 kilowatt hours.
Yeah, that.
And then Elon off with that because of the high rate. Let me hide the screen so we can see you better. There we go. So it ended up costing you what, like $1?
Well, no, I stayed in charge for a little bit longer because I wanted to see what the output was going to be. So I think I spent like $7.
Oh, that's not terrible.
No,
so for those of you who are unaware, this is Sergio from the video, and he charged both his Lightning and his Mach-E on the Tesla network. How was the experience for both? Because I know that there was contention about whether the cables would reach and how the other owners would react. And...
Yeah, so both vehicles were able to get the charging cable to connect easily. You definitely had to be close, but the problem that we're having is if we're charging at any of those stalls, we are going to block the adjacent stall, and that's the problem. Is that when we're charging, we're blocking a Tesla charger as well. So we're using one, but we're blocking one because our charging our charging input is on the opposite end of what Tesla uses.
Right. But at least it's not a like a Kia. They have them on the right, so they're still backed in, but they're blocking. Whereas like with the if the Nissan Aria, it's the same way. Who else would actually be right? The Zepterra.
Well, Porsche is based on the way it was set up, Porsche was right because they could pull straight in and they charge on their passenger side for the CCS.
Yeah. So what's on the driver's side? Just 1772.
That's just a J1772. So they have on the driver's side J1772, and then on the passenger side they're J1772 or CCS.
Oh, that was smart. Like they were thinking ahead or something.
Oh yeah, Ford. So Ford was going to do that with the F-150, and then I guess they cheaped out or something. I don't know, because I mean it looked like that's what they were going to do, and then
like they put the hole in there and everything.
Yeah,
and then they just didn't unlock it. It's just a blanking panel.
Yeah,
I think
just to
probably
keep it
what it is
symmetrical.
exactly. I think probably what it is you're looking at anywhere from $20 to $80 in cabling, depending on it's right there in the middle of the part shortage when that truck came out, and
Right.
maybe they'll unlock it now that they have reason to. Like it's like, oh well, why would we need that? This is exactly why we would need that.
Exactly. And I mean, I'm waiting to see what they do. Maybe they'll come up with something exciting and new. I don't know. I'm waiting to see what they do next. But yeah, the charging was seamless. I took the Mach-E back there. I took both of them. Both pulled under 130, but 120 something was where they peaked, and then they like settled about 115. There was a Rivian R1T there while I was charging. He hit 155.
Oh, nice.
Um, yeah, so I mean,
So it's probably like communication or something that's slowing him down.
no, I just think Ford is very conservative, so it probably was telling the Tesla supercharger not to give it too much. All
All
that
I want. I want
communication,
120.
yes, don't overdo it. So and the R1T the same as well. Plus, Kyle Connor from Out of Spec has also came out and did his research and indicated that they're limiting the output as well. So we're not gonna hit that max ever.
Oh man.
She wants to have some camera time as well, man. Let her have some camera time.
Okay. Okay. You gonna say hi, baby? Say hi,
She,
Sergio.
she's like, no, I'm just gonna wear my little Tesla
She's waving.
onesie and show out.
Yeah, she didn't want to wear her headphones, so she can't hear us. But that's her choice.
But no,
So
yeah. Go ahead.
they were saying that for V4 superchargers, they've just started installing them in Europe. We don't know where yet. We have speculation because the drone army is strong, and what they did was they found some stations that look like short Tesla semi-chargers wrapped in bags with the Tesla logo on them, but they're wrapped in bags, so we don't know. Like, thankfully, these guys aren't trespassing by removing it and getting themselves exposed to legal exposure. But they
Right.
look taller, and the drawings that they submitted show that instead of going around the inside of the radius, it goes around the outside. So that should get us another meter of cable. But I don't know how that's going to solve the unless they just put them in a different spot in the parking spot. I don't know how they're going to get around all the various locations that these manufacturers have for the charging spots.
Right. I honestly, unless they start staging the chargers directly in the center of the parking spot, that's going to be the key to this because they have them off to the, off centered and normally on the driver's side. So that way, when Tesla owners back up, it can have a better reach. But if they start putting them directly in the middle with that longer cable, we should be able to have some flexibility to get it in the port.
Yeah, because if it can reach on the Fords and the Chevys in their front pass, because I think that the oh, you know what one will also work is the Hummer. I saw one of them charging today, and it's got it in the rear left.
Oh, okay. See,
yeah,
there you go.
But the other Chevys, they have it in the front fender, just like the Ford does. So as long as they can reach those cars in the front fender, I think that they'll be fine for the majority. They'll still have a couple of them where it's like closer to the center, and it's like, well, you can't get them all.
Right. Yeah, you're not going to win everything, and you're just going to have to choose your battles and figure out which charging port and charging station you can use. I know with my first gen Ioniq, it's also on the back driver's side, so that's not a problem. But with a lot of these newer ones, I mean, I like my truck having it in the front because of when I'm towing, which I do a lot of hauling and towing stuff, I could just pull straight up, plug in, and not have to worry about unhooking the trailer.
Right. Yeah, because when I tow with the Tesla, so far I've only towed U-Haul trailers, and they don't come off when it's loaded. So you got to hope that they have one that's set up for towing where you can nose it straight in.
Right.
But if that could be on the front, that would help a lot. They wouldn't have to reconfigure so much. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I like that. I mean, I like the way that Leaf had did theirs. I mean, I'm not a fan.
Right in the middle.
Right in the middle. I mean, can't go wrong with right in the front, in the middle. Works for so. If others would have, at least tried to mimic that a little bit, it could have saved everybody some time.
Yeah, there's another one that works. Aptero's got Aptero's got theirs under the license plate, like the old cars would have the fold down and the gas filler was back there.
Right.
There's one other manufacturer doing that, and so that's the same situation. Mechanica. There we go.
Yeah.
So you've got it in the center of the car, like it doesn't matter which way you approach, you're golden.
Right.
And that also begs the question then, if this takes off, all these companies that say, oh, we're not in the fueling business, we don't make gas stations, why should we make electric car chargers? If enough of their customers, like they can see the data, if enough of their customers gravitate to doing this instead of all the various options, would they then look at installing the NACS connector, just like some of the networks are putting the NACS connector directly on their stations? They wouldn't have to pay a royalty fee like they do with the current one.
I mean, if it makes too much sense, they're not going to do it. That's the way I see it. Logic is not. I don't know. I don't want to judge them too hard, but they're not thinking so much. I don't understand why Electrify America has 2 charging cables,
and only one works at a time.
Right. Right.
Yeah. And then so that's the other thing that comes up is we saw in the last couple months, what was it, 4 or 5 cars fried by the Electrify America chargers, for various Fords and Chevys and a Rivian.
Yeah. So I'm curious to know what's going on. I mean, I've used Electrify America quite a bit, and I haven't had those issues. But I mean, watching it unfold online, that is a bit scary.
Yeah, I spoke with Jason Hughes, and he said that that it may have been just a case that the charger wasn't listening, and it just gave the car all that it could give, and the car's like, no, I don't want that. And on the Teslas, there's like 6 or 8 different fail safes before the last option is to blow the pyro fuse, which protects the high voltage system with an explosive charge.
Right.
You can only use it once, but but at least you're not buying a new battery or new motors or new DC equipment. And he suggested that perhaps when he looked at the whatever version of Chevy Bolt he looked at, it didn't have as robust a protection. It just had the one fuse on everything. And whether it was pyro or just a melty fuse, there was no other option for it except for that, or to burn up your car.
Right.
I have a feeling that the charger itself has a similar level of fail safes, so that I'm thinking that we shouldn't see, but maybe one of these incidents over the however long this program is going to last on the V3s.
But yeah,
and then going into the V4s.
Do you think the Tesla superchargers have a system that's not going to try to pump out too much and end up doing the same thing to the R1T and the Lightnings and everything else?
I think so, because we've only seen 2 cases of Tesla fires at supercharger. One was not repaired correctly over in was it the Netherlands or Norway, and then the other one, we're not really sure what happened there, but it might have been arson.
Oh, okay.
Because it just didn't seem right when they were doing the tear down.
What happened to the one out in Baker, or is that the one that the semi one that caught on fire?
Semi one. Oh, the whole site caught fire. That was another one. Good point. I forgot about that one. So that was the portable supercharger. So it had the 2 V3s on it and a mega pack and a bunch of connections. And the V2, V1, and urban versions of that same setup, they've been super robust. So I'm curious what made that one catch fire, because
it kind of went hush hush, and I haven't heard any updates on what caused it.
Right.
So I want to know what happened.
And I think in that one, none of the cars got hurt. Everybody unplugged and got away. Yes. But it did take down the mega pack and a couple of the stalls and one of the cabinets for the V3. The other cabinet just looked like it had smoke damage, but it didn't look like it got burnt at all. So either the firefighters were good at putting it out, or whatever situation they had to stop it. But
right, it worked out. They were able to salvage some of it. But I'm still curious to know what caused that to happen.
Me too. And then hopefully they have learned from it and have fixed it. The one in Europe was it was actually a Tesla repaired vehicle, but it wasn't repaired correctly. Normally the junction box is assembled in the factory and it is done. But
sorry.
That sounds like fun. So that junction block was apparently instead of just replaced, it was repaired. And when it was repaired, they didn't torque the nuts down correctly. And when you're pumping in, what was it back then? 120, 100 10 kilowatts. It was more than the 90,
Right.
but it wasn't a V2 150. And the person had left. We were not sure if it was a rental or a loaner or whatever the case was, but the guy came back and it was a firefighting crew was just there just hosing down the car. He's like, oh crap.
I don't remember the full details of that, but yeah, if you're not gonna tighten down those bolts safely, and you got a whole lot of current running through there, you're gonna have some arcing and some other issues, and boom, fire.
Eating it. Exactly. So definitely, even though that was a case of a certified repair shop, and it didn't work, you want to use certified repair shops because that's less likely to happen. And when it does, they've got the proper insurance
Right.
to reimburse you for your losses.
Right. I wouldn't risk taking my vehicle someplace that's not certified to handle, EVs. EVs are very interesting components, and I'm not trying to just hand it over to Joe's Automotive down the street.
The closest I do to that is for my tires because I'm
Well,
not
that's
paying Tesla prices for tires.
yeah, that's different. I mean, no. I mean, that's where you go to
I get
American
2 sets of
Tire.
tire racks for what they charge.
Right. Yeah. I don't know why it costs so much more to get them over there. That's a whole nother conversation.
A lot of dealers are that way. So you're headed out to go test drive a Lucid Air, or
Yes, well, I know loudmouth Alexa over there. Yeah, so going to go drive a Lucid Air on Tuesday, I think it is. I know she
well, she
has a
has you ready early.
No, so yeah, I have my reminders to remind me. I think it's depends on how far out I book stuff. It's like 1 week, and then I have some that'll tell me 2 days, and then 1 day, and then a couple hours before, because I am absent-minded, and with having it alert here and in the car and everywhere else, I know I can't say I didn't know what I was supposed to do.
Fair enough. Did you see any of that 4-hour presentation that most people expected to be about 90 minutes?
Oh man, that was brutal. I tried my best. I couldn't. Like, I couldn't. And then he lost me when he started talking about you know affordability. Like, everybody wants a Tesla, but the price, if it was affordable, they'd get one. I'm just like, you know I don't think that's the way it works, but it's just
There's an element of it. There's an element of it.
I
for
mean,
sure.
pricing is something, but I don't think everybody wants one. I mean, we all like having different
Right.
vehicles, and I mean, it's like,
Exactly.
to say that everybody wants one, I mean, that's conclusive, and it's not true.
If they were free, I'm sure that there'd be a lot larger percentage of people
Oh
taking
yeah,
up on them.
yeah, absolutely. If they were free, people would be. I mean, even then, you'd have to, like,
You still have people not getting them though.
right. There'd still be a lot of people not getting them, but then, even then, it's like, let's say they were free, but then now the cost of charging is increased. So it's like, do you still want it? Because now you're paying this
Right.
much when you have to go to charge it. So there's a balance. I mean, yeah, you might, but you have to look at the totality of, like, what entails what happens when you buy one. It's
Yeah.
not as simple as, I got this for cheap. Because I mean, that's just like tax time cars, that I call them tax time cars, the ones you find on Facebook.
Yeah.
I mean, you might spend $1,000 for it or $1,500 for it, but what is it really going to cost you?
Yeah. Especially, like, with the kind of repairs we're talking about, not certified shop, that sort of thing.
Right.
So you and I go back and forth about the charging network sometimes on Twitter, and that reminded me of today. I had my first wait where I wasn't towing, and it wasn't an evacuation, and there was nothing wrong with the charger. I had a 5-minute wait at the Charleston Supercharger today.
Oh, congratulations.
I did the loop thing, and then I parked at the next spot right next to it, and then I saw somebody back up, and I took it, and
Right.
then I saw a whole bunch of people. It was like sharks; they were just circling,
Yes.
waiting for it to open up, and so I guess that means that they might need to look at expanding the site or putting in another additional one downtown or something. But
I mean, that's how it was
hard
in
here.
that's how it was in Cabazon, California. Is our charge? I mean, this was back in 2019, 2020, but a lot of those stations would go down, and then we'd be running off of half of them, and you'd have, like, 5 to 8 vehicles lined up waiting for somebody to pull out and leave, so then that way they can get their charge on and go. But now we have another charger in Beaumont, which is about a 5-7 minute drive from that one, so it alleviated a lot of that chaos that was going on there. So I mean, yeah, it's all about the expansion, and with all these cars getting pushed out, I mean, and then opening up the networks, we're definitely going to see some fun at the charging stations.
Definitely, but that's one good thing about them having the data. And they touched on this at their presentation. They mentioned how the trip planner will now, if you're going just for a destination and you have picked your own chargers, like I sometimes do, if it has you going at that one and it is full, they'll say, hey, they don't ask you, they just do it. You'll just be driving along and it's like it sounds like you missed a turn the way it just starts like yelling at you. It's like, all right, now we're gonna go here. It's like, I didn't miss a turn. You were driving, and then it moves you to that one that's 7 minutes away just to balance out the traffic.
Right.
And
right.
then we were talking.
Is smart.
Go ahead.
Smart.
Yeah,
that's smart.
We were talking on the Tesla Life. We said that they're going to have to put that trip planner in the app, not just for Tesla owners to be able to decide what they're going to do before they get in the car. Because right now you have to be in front of that screen to use it. Well, to use one that works for your car. They had one on the website a couple of years ago that always assumed you're using what they sell today, which is not what you're driving. Because that's never what you're driving. Because by the time that they make that one and deliver it, they're onto something else. But if they put that in the app for Tesla owners as well as non-Tesla owners, they can keep that balance. Because you can say, hey, here's my trip. I only want to use superchargers, and you would be going there with let's say you're in New York because it's got more than two chargers right now, and you wanted to go on that little trek next to Canada. They'd say, hey, you've got enough range. You want to skip the next one, right? All right, and you'd skip it, and you don't have to wait. Versus they say, hey, this one's got a 15-minute wait. What you gonna do?
Yeah.
Now, if you're towing, you don't have a choice. But if you're within your vehicle spec and you're not like doing 50 over the speed limit, you could probably do that.
You probably could do it. It's all about moderating it. I mean, even out here where I'm at right now in the Monterey Bay area, there's a charging station in Seaside, and the other day I was going to use it to charge the Tesla, and it was full, but there was one 2 miles away in Sand City. So it's like, okay, why would I go there and wait and get in the queue to wait for this charger when I could just literally go 2 miles and go charge over here? And the Seaside
people do it.
Yeah, well, the Seaside one is 150 kilowatts, and the one in Sand City is 250, and so but the price is the same. So it's
nice.
Yeah, so it's like I thought at one point I was just like, well, maybe because it's a 150, it's only going to charge a certain amount, and then the 250s are charging more because they can go higher. But no, I don't understand the logic on that one.
Well, I mean, I would prefer the 250, but if it's more than a 5-minute wait. And there's one nearby. Like the only reason I didn't go somewhere else in Charleston is everything else is level 2, or I'd have to break out my Chatham adapter. They've got a little bit of a dealer and politician problem, so it took them several years to get that one installed. It'll probably be easier to expand it, and they may still be working on some of the original sites they were trying to get done to add those alternates. But like when I was in Virginia, like you just go somewhere else.
Right,
they were everywhere.
Right.
It felt like California.
Yeah. Yep. Yes, sir. You were absolutely right. Just go somewhere else.
So Sawyer brings up this other point in the program. We saw this originally when the shared charging opened up in Europe. They brought it here as well in the U.S. So you can do the pay as you go, or you can sign up for the membership at $12.99 a month, and then you get the Tesla owner pricing. That was something that we talked about on Twitter, where Tesla they're very proud of their non-Tesla charging prices. And what I had suggested at the time in Europe is, especially since they don't drive the way we do over there, is that, hey, if you're going on your 3-month annual vacation, sign up on the beginning of the month, the first month, do your charging, and then let the subscription lapse. Like go in and say cancel on your 3rd month, and that way you're not paying extra when you're not traveling.
Right.
But then you can use those lower rates while you need them. And I would say probably the same thing to the folks here in the States. But obviously we tend to do it a little differently. We travel all year round, but we do less trips when we're doing our traveling. So it might be 1 or 2, 1 out and 1 back. So in that case, I'd say sign up for them. And the way Tesla and Starlink and all these Elon companies do is they get you for the whole month, even if you only use 1 day. So sign up and then watch when you're going to leave, and then cancel that bad boy when you don't need it. And it might be worth the savings. What do you think?
No, I mean, for some locations, like you mentioned, up to 12 cents lower. Out here at the charger that's near me, in Scotts Valley that I use, it's 10 cents lower if I use it. But I mean, it could be a benefit if I was to go there and knew for a fact that I was going to charge. If I charge my truck twice, I would then cover the cost of that subscription. So anything after that, at that point, I'm winning. But if I'm not going to
Yeah.
get 2 full charges on it, it's not going to be really worth the while to do. But that's like Electrify America with their $4 subscription as well. It's like, if you're not going to be out there charging, quite a bit, like driving like I do, then
Yeah.
it's really not going to benefit you, because you have to have that offset. I think for this one to be worth it, what was it, 129 kilowatts, you'd have to at least, take into your vehicle to offset the cost of that subscription. I mean, I could do it if their network was, on a route that I needed to use and make it work. So, I mean, it
Right.
could work for some people.
Yeah. So for this one, like if you're going on like like you said, you can charge at least twice. So say you're going from Southern California to Washington to go skiing, or in my case, you're going just across the country just for the hell of it. Those are going to be at least 3 or 4 stops. So then you
It's
paid
worth
it
it.
off. But yeah, and it's not like hard algebra. It's like literally, I'm gonna stop 4 times at this price. I'm gonna stop 4 times at this price. All right, I'm gonna go with lower. And you don't owe him anything, but at the same time, you know, they're everywhere. So if you are going to do at least 2, it might add up. Assuming that it's not a free weekend for one of the other providers like EVgo or Electrify America.
Right. And it has to be competitive. And that's going to be the thing that I see as well. Because like right now with Electrify America, they just raised their price, a few days ago from 31 cents if you have the membership to I think 35 or 36 cents. Here, if I use the Tesla supercharger, I'm paying 52 cents without a membership, but 42 cents if I have a membership. It comes out better for me to use Electrify America because it's cheaper and there's enough of them out here where I can use them. But if you're in a place or you're traveling and like that that you would like to have an option and this is going to be an option and you want to use it, then it could be beneficial to you.
Definitely. And then you recently got another Tesla. Does that one do CCS charging, or
Yeah, it's
is it?
CCS enabled.
Oh, there you go. Are you going to get the adapter now that's lower price?
No, because I'm very frugal. I know it doesn't sound that way and it doesn't look that way for a lot of people, but I am extremely frugal. So right now in Monterey Bay, I can charge my car at the local a charge point, and it's costing me about 6 to 7 cents a kilowatt hour to charge up my truck over there. And
Yeah.
so doing that at 6 to 7 cents, I bring the truck home, and like yesterday I added 30% to the Tesla. I've hooked it up to
Yeah.
my onboard charger, unloaded into the Tesla for 30%, and then
You're using your Ford as a fuel tank.
yeah, I am literally like, because I could take that and go use it and then come, plug up the Tesla overnight or do whatever I need to do. And it's like, it's just getting that 7 kilowatt hours, like, the 7 kilowatts while I'm hanging out at home. My electricity
nice.
here is ridiculous. It's almost 25 cents a kilowatt. So it's like,
Ouch.
yeah,
Sounds like Robert's prices.
PG&E likes to take advantage of you. So with going to that charge point, loading up my truck, and then coming home and like
got
giving
2
it to the
charged.
Tesla, yeah.
Yeah. Are you doing it at 110 or are you doing it at the 50 amp?
It's a 62.5 kilowatt charger that they have out here.
Oh, I mean, when you bring it home, are you doing level 1 or level 2 on the Tesla?
Oh, level 2. No, level 2. It's hidden 7 kilowatts when I plug in, because I'm plugging into
Awesome.
the 220 in the bed. So yeah.
There you go. Because I saw a couple people doing it, and they were using their 110 outlets. I'm like, don't almost all of those trucks that have any of the power outlets have a 50 amp?
220. Yeah, they do. Well, they have it's a 30 amp, but what happens is you have to buy the adapter to go from 30 to 50, which it's less than $10. You buy it, you put that in, and then you could plug your 50 amp, your 1450 into it, and you're good to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
And like you said, 7 kilowatts, that's substantial.
Man, I could show you. I'm gonna send it to you so you could show the folks here. But like this, let me see. This is how much it cost me. I just sent it to you. It cost me $5 to add 78 kilowatts to my truck. Like, and then let me see if I have a screenshot of what I did when I was charging the Tesla. But yeah, charging the Tesla, it's like I come home, plug it up, and yeah.
$5 even.
$5. Yeah, it's $5. It's $5 flat rate for as much as you can take
Oh
in.
wow!
Yeah,
And we see here you started out started out just below 60 kilowatts, and it came up at just over 60 kilowatts.
yeah.
That's not bad. You did an hour, so that's how many kilowatt hours did you get out of that?
Well, it tells you at the bottom,
Over an hour at the
78.75.
bottom.
No, right up, right on.
Oh, 78 puts in the small
Yeah,
print. 78.7. That's a full Model 3 charge right there for $5.
$5. I mean, you can't
$5
beat
full Model.
you can't beat that price. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
Yeah.
so for that, it's like I go charge up. I drop my car off. I come back home and go hang out, do whatever. Go back, collect the truck, and then use it to help the cars.
Yeah, I mean, Elon's talking about using the Starship as a tanker. Shoot, Sergio beat him to it using the Ford as a tanker.
Hey, yeah. I'm just saying. I mean, it's the perfect vehicle for it. I mean, you got 131
Absolutely,
kilowatt hour, battery in that sucker. Like, I go charge that up. I could charge this Tesla up with no issues.
definitely.
So,
And then another thing that comes up for us is people talk about, oh, what about the batteries? What about the batteries when they're done? Our friends over at Redwood show that they've got 95% efficiency on their recycling process, where they people are like, well, how is it safe to deal with the batteries? You got to peel them apart. That's labor intensive. Blah blah blah. What Redwood does is they freeze dry these batteries and then shove them in essentially a wood chipper, and then they use science, buoyancy and density, and like whether something's ferrous or not, magnets, and then they'll either run a magnet over to get the ferrous stuff, and then they'll see where everything floats in a solution, and then they'll see what dissolves in certain kind of acids, and then they come out with a 95% pure battery. In fact, they
wow.
actually, if you go a couple rounds of it, you can get battery grade materials back out of it, and it's like Elon was saying at the event. We don't need we're not short lithium. It's just a matter of we need refineries, and it's a lot cheaper to and better for the environment if we can mine something that's already almost there than if we're having to break apart rocks and try and purify
Right.
the rocks into metal.
Right. Because you already know it's there. So yeah, that's 95%. That's impressive.
Yeah. So Bennett is saying the companies have been so focused on buying up and not supporting autonomous taxi companies should have built chargers. Yeah, absolutely, because they're still going to need chargers if they're running these taxis, because the taxis are electrics. They need to refill them somewhere.
Right. I mean, we're seeing these buses, we're seeing these companies that are like doing it, and those buses are out there using Electrify America when they're on the road, or even like,
Yeah,
you see Walmart,
that was
go ahead.
that was you that chose the picture of that bus that was taking 3 hours to charge, right?
No, that wasn't me, but I did see
Okay.
that. I did see that one, and I was just like, "That's insane." But you think to yourself, like Walmart's like, to me, if Walmart is going to continue to buy the Ford Transits and use those things, they need to make sure they have charging stations at every Walmart, and then that
Yes.
way they can just use those for their vans, and then that way the public has them as well. Or even
Exactly.
like Amazon, Amazon is buying the Rivian vans, but why not have charging stations at some of their distribution centers, so then that way the public can also have access to it as well? I mean, you could sit
Right.
there and tap into more revenue by just giving options.
Right. And if you tell them I want to order 10,000 chargers, they'll offer you the option to say, hey, I want some access controls. So if they swipe their Amazon badge, it doesn't charge, and if they swipe their credit card, it'll charge the credit card directly, and then you can just you can go a step further if you're afraid of your Amazon employees charging their personal cards there. Uh, that's theft. So it's very easy. We got stuff for it,
Right.
and or you can go the military route and just say, hey, uh, these are for us,
Right.
and we might put an extra one for you, and
Right.
that works too. Like it's a really bad look when you get to Walmart or wherever you go to Electrify America, and there's a bus taking up 2 lanes of parking, and he's gonna be charging for 6 hours. Part of that is very few of these large vehicles actually have a decent charge rate. Like, I mean, they can hold what they can hold. They can hold it for a long time. Like they can hold 120 for hours. But
Right.
you've got the Tesla Semi, the Nikola Tre, and one other large vehicle that can go above 200 kilowatts and just hold it for any length of time. And that's not enough when you've got a 600 kilowatt hour battery pack.
Right. And that's my thing is like, so they need to also, contribute to the infrastructure in order to make it better. So whatever they're doing, they need to just understand, like, if you want to sit there and actually help by not clogging and, blocking other stations, like add to yours, add to your
Yeah.
locations.
Yeah, and then have people visit you because now they're going to think, oh man, I had a good experience charging at the Amazon
Right.
warehouse. Let me go on a Prime and get some more
Yeah, there you
stuff.
go. I mean, support them because they're supporting you. I mean, there's Amazon distribution centers everywhere. Imagine if they had like a nice, you know, whether it's 6 stations or whatever of DC charging, and then the J1772s just for a decent cost, and folks to just stop in real quick and get what they need and be on the road. What we're trying to do, what I'm thinking is just continue to maximize our infrastructure, and they have the tools to do so and the money to do it.
And right now with the IRA, they'll get money back for it. That's part of the reason Tesla opened up their network is now like they were asking the other automakers to jump in, pay a cost, and they would open the network up.
Right.
The problem was, depending on who you asked, they also wanted a little bit more of a devil's bargain, like you wouldn't be able to sue them at all, not just for not sue them if you stole their stuff. Now you can only just not steal their stuff and sue them for it. And now it's like truly free. Like there's no strings. Like literally, you can't go and like move the pin half an inch and then sue them for the port. But you can make as many copies as you want. You can resell it. You can do whatever. And that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Nope. Got you.
A little weight, but really cool. Let's see. Centrifuge the nitrogen frozen slurry if it's the same process as described previously. So that 5+ year battery could come back as raw materials again and again. Exactly.
Yeah.
And exactly like David's saying, these are elemental. They're not elementary, but elemental. It's always going to be lithium. It's always going to be iron. It's always going to be. They're not like alloys or you're not transforming them. So like you drop a 600 kilograms of lithium in there. It's really high. I know. You're going to get 600 kilograms of lithium back out of it.
Yeah.
It
No,
just
that's
makes
smart.
sense.
That's absolutely smart. Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's no need for mining when you know exactly where they're at. Like once you start,
Exactly.
recycling them, it's right there.
Let's see. Oh, this one was a fun one. We talked about this a few months ago, and I like to do these follow-ups when we get more information. So we're going to do the same thing with that charger fire when we can. Just like we did with the old folks in Texas. The older folks in Texas who apparently were drunk, and they everybody's like, oh, it's autopilot. And as we discussed at the time, NCSB determined that the guy had never activated autopilot in his entire ownership of the vehicle. And so we were going on the word of this constable. He wasn't even in his own jurisdiction. He was just running his mouth and didn't know what he was talking about. and so you had us, because we found out, but very few places were updating that because the sensationalism was, bad stuff sells clicks. So we had the same thing happening all over China. This I think was the third one we had that period, that month, that week.
Yeah.
There was this Model 3 that was just ripping through the town, and they had like a million different angles. Everybody was like, "Are they making a movie?"
Right. That it was insane. It was insane.
That might. I mean, they talk about having a lot of CCTV in England, but I think China's got them beat because it literally looked like they were doing like a action movie. They had it from every different angle.
Right.
And folks were complaining. They're like, "Well, it didn't look like the brake lights came on," and it turns out they were right. They pulled the EDR, the black box, the chip from the computer on the car, and they saw that the pedal was held at 100% with no brakes applied. Further, the steering wheel did show inputs during that time. Autopilot was not active, and the car's stability control system was engaged. And that's where we were seeing the puffs of smoke from the rubber, was as the ABS is going on and off, trying to keep the car from spinning out. It was applying the brakes, and they were steering because the guy's hanging on for dear life, thinking he's pushing the brakes. Here's what to do. If you're ever in a situation where the car is going and you don't want it to, first step, lift your foot up. And if you don't want to lift your foot up, the next thing to do is put your left foot down. Just put your left foot down because there's no clutch. So the only other pedal you're going to hit is the real brake at that point. I know it's going to be hard to remember, but either let go or push.
I think
push the
letting
other
go
pedal.
is the smarter option.
Especially-
A lot of folks, yeah.
Absolutely.
pedal confusion is I mean I don't think I've ever been in a situation with pedal confusion. That's a tough one. I mean,
I've had it for like a quarter second once or twice. Like the foot's just further off than you thought it was, but like I'm at low speed in the parking lot. It's like, oh, I've hit the wrong pedal. Let me let go.
um,
Okay, now let's reassess. And it's just a little blip. It's not like
it's
because
not this.
if I
It's
don't
not like
want
this video.
I don't want to slam it. Yeah, I don't want to slam it. And I think this has been going on since at least the '80s, but probably even more than that. But in the '80s, we had a situation where Audi was accused of having their pedals too close together. Turned out their pedals were the same distance as everybody else's that year, and there was no case of the mats getting stuck under. But it was kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy sort of situation. One person got confused, and then it hit the
Right.
news, and then now everybody else who got confused was blaming the
Of
car,
course.
and Audi had to do damage control. And we had the same thing happen a couple years ago with Tesla and with Chevrolet, and it's like, oh no, it wasn't Chevrolet, it was Toyota. It was Toyota. With
Everybody wants to blame
the
somebody
mats.
for something that they did. I get it. I get it.
Yeah. Well, you remember when it was so bad that Tesla would always like say no, 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 and then they say yes, 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 and then they say no, no, and then they'd sue, and then Tesla would release the report. They'd say, all right, here at 5 seconds before the incident, this is what was going on. At 4.7 seconds before the incident, the car was powered on. At 3.7 seconds before the incident, the wheel was turned hard right. At 0.5 seconds before, there were no brakes applied and throttle was 100%. Like, and they would just release the
Right.
logs, and everybody's got that these days, not
Yeah.
just Tesla.
Yeah. EDRs are on every vehicle, and yeah, and they help. They help. I had a friend that got into an accident in her Toyota Avalon, and the EDR is what helped her when it came to the other driver claiming that she turned in front of him, and that's how the accident happened. When he actually turned in front of her, they pulled the EDR from both. Very expensive
Yeah,
technique to sit there and extract that information, but it showed that her steering had no input. But I mean, they could pull up if you had your seatbelt on, how much you weigh while you're in that seat, like what the
yes,
position of your seating, like the accelerator, the brake. I mean, they could tell you
right,
everything and anything about what was going on in that car at the same time.
right. And that was what we saw the other day. Was it the end of 2021 or the end of 2022, where the valet crashed the Model 3 performance in the parking garage.
Oh yes,
Normally that process is like $5,000, but this guy had a friend who wanted to buy the equipment anyway to start up his own uh, crash data business. So he bought the kit. I think he only charged him cost for the equipment and maybe an hour of his time. And they did, like you said, they knew how heavy the guy was. So like even if you got that situation where the people change seats, like if
yeah,
one of them is much heavier than the other
yep,
person, you could say that was you.
right, right. Yeah, it tells you everything, like the distance from the pedal. Like, I mean, that information it's remarkable that they can pull that from vehicles now. And I mean, it absolutely helps insurance companies when they're trying to decipher who or what or where and what was going on. So there you have it.
Exactly. So they determined that and then they had another step on the Tesla because that's what we're going to get into next is the Tesla records the Sentry mode and the dash cam.
Right.
But they saw all of that, but then they had the plausible deniability that maybe the guy did it or somebody else. And at the time, the interior camera was not recorded except for if you pulled the EDR. I don't know if they pulled the guy's face out of it, but they pulled his path, and he was talking about how the autopilot took over, and so I guess they didn't need to pull his face because he admitted that he was in the car. He's like, "Oh, the autopilot drove me around at high speed and crashed through the wall." But what
Right.
really happened was he was joyriding it. Like they could see the pedal applications, they could see the steering, they could see he wasn't wearing a seatbelt at first, and all that sort of thing. And so now his friend's got a nice EDR business, and he got
Right.
a low cost little help for his
Investigation.
lawyer there.
Yeah.
Exactly. David says that FSD still has issues, but runaway acceleration is not one of them. Absolutely. And
It's
shoot,
just
the
braking. It's just the
braking.
braking.
It'll break before it accelerates.
Yeah. Yeah, which is contrary to all the issues that are out there. Like, they're always talking about the acceleration, but it's always the braking that's the issue.
Exactly. And we saw that to the point where NHTSA got a little upset with it. And they pushed Tesla to do the voluntary recall. And what happened with that since we last talked about it is now Tesla has decided they're not going to release any more FSD updates to people who aren't already in the program until they've addressed the items on the punch list, which I think is the right thing to do, because you already had the situation in California where people couldn't understand that it was a marketing name and not a similar to when Autopilot first came out, which later became renamed Cruise Control. Back on the 60s Chryslers, people were thinking that Auto Dash Pilot was more than just holding your speed.
Yeah.
And they would make terrible mistakes. And so Chrysler, I don't know that Chrysler renamed it on purpose, but everybody else called theirs Cruise Control. And so then Chrysler had to do the same, because you lose customers who don't do the research, where, well, Ford's got Cruise Control, Bentley's got Cruise Control, whoever else was around in the 60s. You don't got it? I'm going to go get it from them. We've got it. It's called Autopilot. That's not the same thing. I don't want that. So just rename it. And so go ahead.
I was saying that's so funny, because I mean, you think to yourself, like Ford and GM, when they got into that battle on that word cruise, because of Super Cruise and Blue Cruise. So yeah, that was kind of that whole lawsuit. Was just, yeah, because they were, GM was mad because they were using the word cruise, and they were like, it sounds too similar to ours. Like, I think cruise control has been,
decades now.
Right.
Yeah. So California contends that people don't understand, after they spend $7,000 to $15,000 on this feature, that it doesn't actually do what it says on the tin, despite the fact that, when you read through the things to turn it on, and then you turn it on, every time, like, everything is saying this thing is not self-driving, unassisted yet. With that argument, and the car still doing stuff like going through stale yellow lights, not coming to a stop with a beat at a stop sign that's empty. It does. They used to just roll through them, and that was a recall for that. And now they go to zero. But like, literally, the instant it hits zero, it goes again if there's nobody around. It doesn't hold it for a second or 3 seconds, as Mark said in Canada. It's got to be 2 seconds. 3 seconds seems like even in Canada, that a Canadian would get out and assault you.
Not an assault over 3 seconds. Okay.
Well, I mean, 3 seconds is a long time. 2 seconds is pushing it, but they want to see you stop, and they want to be able to have a human comprehend that you've stopped and that you've looked around. I understand that the car can see 360 already, and that's why they were doing it. They were sure it was clear, but so it's running yellow lights like a human does. It's doing the bare minimum of stops at empty stop signs like humans do, and then the other thing that it was doing. This isn't all humans, but a lot of humans do this anyway. As the speed limit drops, like as you go to those towns where they drop in the speed limit on these big roads for no reason but selling tickets or charging you tickets.
Annoying, yes.
The car is coasting, like not like we would do with any EVs, where we would let off the pedal and it would, slowly drift down to the speed. Literally zero regen coasting. So as good as your bearings and your tires and the surface of the road are, you could be almost a mile down the road before you're at the legal speed limit when these things drop. And that was something that myself and others were getting on Tesla's case about, like, hey, this is not good. My solution for it was always, if I saw a place where, like, say I'm going to a school zone or someplace where I know I see the cop with his radar gun, I'll just cancel the system. Like on my system, it's not the toggle over here. I push the stalk back and it cancels. And then as it gets to the speed, then I turn it back on. And it's good to go. But I understand, if this is your first day with FSD, you might not realize it's going to do some extra legal stuff on you.
Yeah, because it does give you that impression, but you have to think to yourself, like, California, we're very litigious, and so
everything gives you cancer.
Yeah, well, not only that, but I mean, you saw Red Bull got sued because of it gives you wings. I mean, it's like,
it didn't actually grow you wings.
No, it didn't. It didn't give you wings. So if you drank it and jumped off a roof, you didn't get any wings. So that was a lawsuit, So class action suit at that. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So you think they weren't going to play with the FSD?
I mean, I'm still curious how they're going to comply with that. They have until the end of this month, right?
Yeah, and the fun part about it is I got my car and now I can't get the beta. I can't get,
Aww.
So here I am, like, okay, cool. I'm finally going to try it for myself and whatever. No.
Yeah.
Once again, no.
April 15th is their deadline, right? Or April 12th, something mid-April is their deadline to do their voluntary compliance. So the next update after that, you should be good.
Right.
And I think that's going to be more of a Elon at the shareholders conference timing than Elon at a party timing, because the man can't read a timepiece calendar clock to save his life.
No, that's why he needs to have have Amazon go ahead and do the announcements for him, like mine. You get
Right. Exactly.
several notices.
He used to have his brother before he got all political. His brother would just lie to him about what time something was, and they would get there on time.
Wow. There you have it.
Yep. So David says on FSD name issue, to be fair, in 2018, Elon was making a lot of optimistic statements about when and what FSD was, and robotaxi promises as well. That's a really good point you bring up now. We've seen now that Hardware 4 has new equipment, and with that, if the car doesn't have the ability to go out and make you money, like Elon said, pay its car payment off, are they going to make a FSD 3.5 board, or are they going to make a 4 Lite like they did with the Starlink V2 minis, where it's got all the same functionality, but it fits in the old box? Because that's going to be expensive if the reason somebody spent the $7,000 or $10,000 for or $3,000 if they were one of them lucky dudes who got the super discount. If that was the thing that pushed you over the edge to buy FSD, is that your car could be a robotaxi and make its payments. They didn't fulfill that part.
Yeah, that was a big issue. I mean, you figure it's been what 1,413 days since it has elapsed that robotaxis were supposed to go live.
Right, and if Hardware 4 can do it, but Hardware 3 can't. I mean, they did fulfill the promise where they took us from 2.5 to 3 if we were paid customers. I still think they should do a cell phone package where if you do the subscription, and they lock you in for 24-month contract and just do the computer for free. And if you cancel, they just take the whole amount of the computer out of your account.
Don't give him any ideas. Don't do that.
Well, it would let more people get the thing, and they're on 2.5 computers, or 2.0 even, if their car is a 2.0 that can upgrade to 3.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Bennett says, maybe I'm online too much, but it seems pretty obvious that FSD is in limited release beta, and we're giving them an interest-free loan. Absolutely. Folks really buy it and think they'll self-drive on day one. Doubt it.
I did. I'm not going to lie. When I bought my first Tesla and I paid for FSD, I thought it was going to be FSD. And it wasn't. And then my second Tesla, I was like, yeah, I don't know about that. And the third one, I was like, nah. So I'm gonna try the subscription thing once they start doing more. I wanted to try the beta, but unfortunately, I can't right now. But it does misrepresent and tell people, if you're thinking to yourself, full self-driving. And although you have all those warnings, how many times do we really? I mean, how many of us really sit there and read? Sure, yes, except on every single thing. We're not all you, Kacey, but there's like a bunch of jargon in some of these things before you hit accept, and not all of us are going to sit there and read.
Yeah, I don't read them all, but if it was something like FSD, where either it's my safety or my massive amount of money they charge for that thing is on the line, I do read it all. But with that one, like they like you said, they are late, and they did imply that it would do more sooner than it did, and I just think they're putting themselves in a bad place if they don't have a solution for the older owners. And then, as we saw with the folks who have the early Plaids, they sold the car as if it could play video games, and yes, it does play video games, but it doesn't play The Witcher, it doesn't play Cyberpunk. You actually have to get an upgrade for that, and a lot of people are being told, no, we don't have an upgrade path for that, depending on who your service center is. Others are saying, yeah, here, it'll be a new computer, this is how much it costs. Okay, but I don't want to pay for that because you told me the car could do it. Just like they said the car can do 200 miles an hour with a future update. They didn't say the update was free. That's fine, because they said it's going to require tires at least. Okay, so sell me the tires, sell me the update. I want to be able to do my 200 miles. And it looks like now that it's a braking issue, because now that they finally have the upgraded brakes on sale again, and then the exactly, yay. They also have the cars that you can get from the factory with the brakes on them. With that, you're able to it looks like you'll be able to soon, on the next update, get your 200 miles an hour. That one's a little more fair, but if you tell me you can play Cyberpunk, and then I can't play Cyberpunk when the new ones can, and I understand maybe like you said, mine's missing equipment, okay, but if you then tell me I got to pay for the equipment when you told me it's coming soon, you didn't say it's coming soon for a fee.
Right.
You showed me a picture of my car with Cyberpunk on the screen.
Yeah, that's where the frustrations start. So it's all about trying to be, clear and concise with people.
Right.
People want to know what's going on, and if you're giving the illusion that it can do this and it can do that, but hey, it can do that, but you got to spend $20,000 on this brake kit. That's not right.
Right. And at least then they did say, hey, you will have to buy more stuff. Although it assumes you'll be paying like $2,000, not 10 times so much.
$20,000 for some brakes. Yeah, that was it's an expensive upgrade.
It is, and I was flabbergasted until I realized that that's about what Porsche charges for two brakes, like just the front ones. And then if you go aftermarket, they charge even more, assuming that you go for the comparable kit as Porsche and Tesla. But that's all they need to do is upfront say, hey, here's what other people charge. Here's why we did it this way, because we had to contract it out or we had to develop it or whatever. And then, like they're doing now, finally with the FSD, they're giving us these little autopilot days, and they're letting that guy go up and just mind blow us with this jargon we don't understand for most of us. And okay, we understand why it's late. You had to work on this. Okay, oh, and then this, like they did with the notes. The notes finally say, hey, the car is it was slowing down for pedestrians too much. We adjusted that by 17%. We might not know what 17% feels like, but hey, that's why it was stopping at crosswalks. Okay, I get that. So they're making progress, but like you said, they're assuming that we're reading their minds, that we speak their language, and when really we're looking outside in, and it's like a wall. What's going on here? But as Bennett was saying with the interest-free loan, at least we kind of knew we were doing that with the FSD. Coming soon, this year, next year, the year after. All right, now you can actually experience it in your own car, unless you bought it in the recall period. With that, we're seeing our progress. But with the folks who dropped down the down payment on the Roadsters, you had the folks who didn't buy the Founder Series with the $50,000, and the folks who bought the Founder Series with the $250,000. They paid for the car in full, and it's 5 years now.
Yeah. And they're still taking deposits on that Roadster. If you want to buy one right now, it's still available to go. Tesla.com. If you go to it, you can pay the what is it? I think it's I think you got to be either it's $2,500 or $5,000 now, and then you got to pay the remaining $45,000 in a certain amount of time. So yeah, they're still taking money for it, and I haven't heard a peep. Yeah, reserve now, and it'll give you the option. I checked that out the other day. 5,000 and 45 due in 10 days. Yeah.
All right, so you give them 5,000 on the credit card now. You wire them the rest of the 45,000. So this is not Founder Series anymore, because that would be those were you had to pay it all up front. So they're sold out of Founder Series. Although I don't know how you sell out of something you're not making.
Right. And then now you can sit here and give them, $50,000 to hold on to for. And what's crazy is now that I look at it, you have the fully refundable $5,000. It shows fully refundable on that 5,000, but it doesn't say nothing about the 45,000.
Oh, you're right.
So I'm curious to know, because and it says it's not final until the wire transfer payment is received. So is that when it becomes final and you can't get it refunded anymore?
Maybe, or is it not fully because they're going to keep the wire fee that they got to send to push it back to you?
I don't know.
They're very savvy at this. And also, if you do this today, you're going to be at the back of the line. Like you've got the people who paid full. Right. Somewhere in there are the people who get the free ones. They're probably after you, because Elon's cheap.
Or you're paying for it with these.
Right. Well, I mean, you're like I said, you with this you're paying for it, so you're still getting some money versus the referral prizes where they were not. Here's one that I thought was interesting, and I was curious what you would think about the naming. There's a company called Lincoln Co. Like to me, it makes me think of Ford's Lincoln division.
Yeah, yeah, that's
But they're actually a division of Volvo or Geely.
yeah, I saw that the parent company of Polestar and Volvo. That's interesting. Yeah, Lincoln Co. Yeah, that just yeah, this
Lincoln
why?
Inc. Lincoln Co. Yeah.
Like just why? Like yeah, why?
I mean, it's not terribly looking, but like the name, like this isn't China. That's not like even in Europe,
Yeah, I'm gonna
they
go
already
jump in
had
my yeah.
a Lincoln Co.
I'm gonna go jump in my Lincoln Co. Like, yeah, my Lincoln Co. is ready to go. You ready? Like, let's go jump in my Lincoln Co.
Why don't you just call it a Lincoln? Because it's not a Lincoln, it's a Lincoln Co.
And the "and" is a very important part of the name. You know, it's the you have to say "and co" when you say it.
Yeah, because otherwise it's Linko. My what? Like
My-
Plinko.
right. It's the
Yeah.
Wish version. I don't know. I don't get it.
I mean, I keep saying electrify all the things, so that is good, but
But
can
why
we
the
can we
name?
be a little more reasonable with this?
Yeah, that is an interesting. I haven't heard of it, so thank you for sharing this with me because now it's gonna bother me all day thinking like, why is somebody using Link and Co?
Free searches.
Yeah.
Oh man. So Sawyer came up. He says that Ford is creating a wholly owned subsidiary named Latitude AI to research and develop self-driving technologies. And AGR here points out that didn't they write off Argo? Like, what's up with that? They already had an AI program, and now they've got a new one.
Ford hasn't limited themselves to just one, and that's the thing is a lot of people think that just because you're, no, I don't want to say it that way because it sounds terrible, but just because you're dealing with one doesn't necessarily mean that you like cut off all your. It's not like you're married, so
Okay. But why not just recycle the old one into this one instead of closing it and opening a fresh one?
mm, I
Because
have
you're
no
already
idea.
ending it. I
Yeah,
get having like tiger teams. That would make sense. Hey, alpha team, Bravo team.
right.
We'll see who comes up first, and then we'll roll the good ideas, and then do it again. But like this is, I mean,
Ford's
more
trying to
power
find
to them.
themselves when it comes to it. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know.
These things happen. But I mean, I think the ability to have true autonomy is going to be a life changer for a lot of folks who are unable to drive anymore. Either they family took away the license, or they have some sort of disability that prevents them from driving, or maybe they're too young to drive, that sort of thing. Or maybe you've seen them before, the folks on the road who uh, aren't driving, but they should be. Like they're just buried in the phone, doing their makeup, two-fisted a burrito.
Right.
Um, so I think this will save lives, and we need it. Unlike what Mr. O'Dowd is saying, that if it's not his, that it should be illegal. Uh, I mean, he ran for Congress on that,
Hey,
and
look,
and
mm, that man got too much money. I can't talk about him.
I mean, careful what you say. Yeah, Hot Rod Link Co.
Yeah,
I like it,
yeah.
David. I like it, David. Our Dan says Sergio.
Hey, Daniel.
Yep.
But yeah,
And
I
then
can't.
go ahead.
I said, yeah, I can't. I can't. Yeah, I don't
Like,
get a
use
lot
your
of
words,
this
that
stuff.
guy.
Yeah.
And then Lee says, "What's up, fellas? Happy Sunday."
Happy
And she
Sunday.
says, "If they're too young, they shouldn't be driving." Oh no, I agree. Right now, you've got folks that are unable to drive, no matter what they do. Like even if they were perfectly able-bodied, they are unable to drive either because um, their family has taken their license away, or they've not yet obtained the age to get a license. Like right now, when I was doing Uber, like some folks would try and send their kids to school with me, and you can't because you've got a stranger with your kids. It's against the policies, and you have to tell them no, you can't do that. Um, but right now, if the computer gets a proper certificate to operate, and say you're a single parent and you need to get your kid to school, but you've got a presentation to make, rather than having to find somebody who can drive them there, or hoping that you live in a place where the school bus runs, you can just dial up this car and then have them go, as long as you make sure they're buckled up. And that's what I'm getting at there. Or right now only some towns have a proper wheelchair accessible taxi type vehicle, and they're expensive. They charge a lot for them. They charge a lot for these wheelchair cars, a lot more than what you would think they should be for what they're built from. Like, some of them are like the Fiat version, and others are like whoever actually builds the one for the Black Cab Co. over in England, and they've marked them up a lot. And yeah, there's the ADA compliance with it, but others it's just because nobody else is doing it, so they're just gouging. Sergio's gonna buy one. Well, he's got to test it out and let us know, right?
Yeah, I have to. It's all part of my my characteristics and my behavior. I don't know. Like I said, I'm frugal, but for certain things.
Right. So Volkswagen has unveiled the new ID3. This is something that's not available in North America at the moment, the old ID3. And they call it a second generation. Whereas Inside EVs thinks it's just a mild facelift, even by their conservative standards. But from what I'm understanding, the software is all new. And that's important because Volkswagen's had themselves quite a time with the software. Like right now, Ford, Tesla, and Rivian have all three had these recalls that the CEOs would not classify as a recall, because they were just regular software updates. But yes, they did have the reporting requirements, and yes, there was a safety component to it. But we were all able to sit in our driveways and either download them over the Wi-Fi or plug a flash drive in and just do it ourselves. With Volkswagen, they had the same thing happen to them. But without the Volkswagen mini computer, you couldn't do anything about it. They had to go to the dealership.
Oh.
And they say that this time around they're going to fix OTA. And I mean, you've been through it with your Tesla, both your Fords. Like, how nice is it to just wake up to a completely new car?
Great. It's great.
I say both your Ford models.
I got three.
Right.
All three models.
You gotta get a Transit next.
No, I thought about it. No, it's not my style, unless it's outfitted as a RV.
Yeah, that would be cool, but I think an RV needs more than 80 miles of range.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I have to double up on packs.
Yeah, around the corner from my house, they started constructing the Sprinter EV, and the US model is going to have the full size pack, and so you'll be able to do almost 200 miles on a charge, which I like. If it's not full and heavy, I think you probably easily get 200 miles on a charge, and I think that's the sweet spot for me, is 220 on a full charge.
Yeah,
because you can get around the country and refill, and since it's also you've got a bed and a toilet in there, you're not pressed for the extra 10 minutes it takes to fill it up.
Right.
You know about this. You did the cross country towing with your Lightning. Tell us about that.
I did. That was a lot of fun. The an average of 1 mile per kilowatt hour was what I had going from the East Coast, from the Atlantic Ocean all the way up here to Monterey. But there were stretches that I was able to pull at least 130, 135 miles off of the battery and without stopping. So I mean, I was also pulling a 9,000-pound trailer that was like a parachute behind that truck. So all it did was drag me. But I did it. I just stopped at every single Electrify America on I-10 and charged up.
There you go. So this was to clarify, this was an RV trailer you were pulling.
Yes.
And you were able to just enjoy it while you were waiting for the charge to happen.
Oh yeah, I was able to pull it in, park, hook the truck up, hook the trailer up to the 220 amp in the bed of the truck, have all my equipment running inside of the trailer while it was charging. So
air conditioning, everything.
Anything. If I wanted the heater on, I could turn on the heater. I could sit there and cook. I could watch TV. I could do whatever I wanted to while it was hooked up to Electrify America charger and running my 220, running my my onboard Pro Power. So yeah, that was a pretty cool feature to have.
Definitely. I'm looking forward to being able to do that with the geometric truck. Of course, after you're way ahead of me in line.
A couple times at least.
Yeah, three times in front of me at a time.
Like I said, I like tech.
We got some more after me in line too.
I'm not gonna say that. I might get attacked. I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah. So Bennett points out this is funny. He said to get back to 45,000, it's 100,000 in legal fees. It might be class action going. So let's see. Eddie says I had wanted the ID3, but they weren't here in America. Then the ID4 came out here. Yeah, but the ID4 is an SUV. It's not a car. The ID3 was kind of a mid-sized sporty car, and I think what it is just in America these manufacturers don't want to do cars anymore. Like you got the Ford Mustang and the gas one, and then you've got the Corvette and the Camaro, and other than that, the American companies have stopped making. Oh, and then the loud twins from Dodge. I guess the loud triplets because they got that one with the fart speaker.
Hey, I would buy that Banshee. I want that thing once it comes out. Yeah. I want it. Give it to me.
Are you gonna keep it at the 120 decibels, or are you gonna 126 decibels, or are you gonna put it in some kind of silent mode?
No, I'll probably keep it that loud. I like with the look. I think it's necessary, and being called a Banshee, it's very appropriate to be obnoxious like that. So, all for it.
Make the neighbors loud.
Hey, they got you. Talk about the twins. There's one down there with a Scat Pack, some Dodge Charger or Challenger or something down there. So they'll be fine.
Yeah, we have a couple of them zooming past the window of this hotel every day, and then you can actually hear the difference when the police version happens because it's a little closer to legal and like not just at the edge of legal, but like well within legal, and like you can tell it's still one of them twins, but it's like much quieter.
Right.
Same tone, same everything. Yeah. David says, I love the Model 3 form factor, but SUVs rule in the USA. Yes. And that's why I'm glad to see that on hardware 4, they're starting to have provisions for cross traffic in the rear. Because if you're nosed in and somebody's just flying through a parking lot, we need to put more emphasis on safety for these cars. All right, so Inside EVs is saying that they don't think it's different. They're saying, you get a lighted trim and different LED headlights. I'm with Eddie. I still think this is a solid car, and it may not be for everyone, but I know that they would sell enough of them to make it worth building them here or bringing them in. At this point, I would have to say building them here, just because if you bring them in, your car is going to cost $75,000 more than it needs to, and that's going to put you at a disadvantage.
I just want the ID Buzz here. That's all I want.
It's on the way. VW ID Buzz long wheelbase spied without camouflage. Previews the US model. Let's take a look at that. Yeah. Look at that. Oh, so we talked last week. If you get it in single color instead of bitone, you can get it a year earlier. Would you give up the white top for get it sooner?
You could wrap that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be a white top. It can be any top you want at that point.
Right.
Yeah, so we saw it in red, black, and all white now. And I don't think it looks bad in single tone. It doesn't look like the concept car as much because it doesn't have that white top belt line, but this looks like the appropriate length right there.
It's fun.
Yeah. It looks a little bigger to me than the Canoe does in this picture. The Canoe looks huge in the picture, and then when you see it, it's smaller than a minivan.
Yeah.
Minivan likes. No photos of the interior, but yeah, they didn't give us photos of the interior of the European one either until it showed up. 3 rows, capacity for 7 people, bench seat for 3 and 2. You have this folding split seat, I think this is going to sell well, and if they have a high roof version, they can compete with the likes of the Sprinter and the Transit, and then they can probably get some of that RV market as well.
Right.
Because I mean, look, you could wrap that yourself. You're right. I mean, you take
That's
it to a wrap
nothing.
shop, yeah.
Yeah.
And if you look at it, it's a straight line. So if you're
Yes.
comfortable with, I think you can do this yourself as long as you're comfortable with doing the edges. Like,
Yeah, no, I mean, I think your front bumper is going to kick your butt a little bit, but
oh yeah,
yeah, majority of it, yeah, you can do it by yourself and just take it to a professional to finish up the front.
right, exactly. Or if you get the bottom in the color you want, then the
Right.
hardest part for you will be the hood. And you're
True.
done.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, actually, that's really easy. Good point. Yeah, get it the color you want and just do the easy parts. Good point.
Yeah. Plus, with the white being up here, then that'll be where all your stone kicks happen, and then you can just replace that panel as time goes on.
Yep, I agree.
Bennett says, if I had a Model 3 hatchback, I'd consider it instead of my Y. Hatch rules after driving a Volt for 5 years, though. Yeah, I was really disappointed when I found out that the Model 3 was a sedan and not a not a hatchback. Oh wow, yeah, that's right, David. Wrapping old Peter Max flower and look at retro vibe. Groovy Scoob.
Oh yeah, you have to. If somebody does not do that when they get one, we're failing as in humanity because like we need that. We need that. I might do
Absolutely.
that. I might do that. Let me go. Can we order one yet? I mean, is
I
that
think
allowed yet?
so. They might
Okay,
have
let
a
me
line that you can get in. Yeah.
yeah, maybe I could
So
try to get in line.
we talked last week about a pair of bills running their way through some other state in the South, and Mississippi has passed a bill restricting electric car dealerships. So right now, the governor hasn't signed it, so it's not a law yet. But we have seen how cheap it is to get a politician to do what you want, and especially if they can poke somebody's eye with their actions. So House Bill 401 passed the Senate on Thursday, and some lawmakers said the bill could hurt Mississippi's economy. No stuff. The one thing I wish is that if these states did this, that they would be exempt from being able to collect that tax on the automobile. They would think twice if
Right.
if an out-of-state car was coming in because of their actions. Bennett says, speaking of reps, I need a rep for my Model Y performance just for the trolling. Oh, a plaid wrap. Yeah, that'd be cool. That would be cool.
That would be funny. Yeah, and I'd probably be the one to take a picture of you and share it with America. So yeah, do it. Do it.
Do it. All right, so we're telling the electric vehicles to use a different sales model. Their sales model is not acceptable in Mississippi. What? How that hurts consumers? Number one, these electric vehicles, if you have to go to a middleman to a dealership, you can already count on a 5% increase in cost. Yes. Sergio made a whole 2 years about dealing with these dealerships that want to do these, like they already make a profit if they sell that sticker. So he was naming and shaming, and he and Levine and who's the other one? Drawing his name, blank his name, Jim, the CEO.
Farley.
Farley and Jim Farley, they were just tackling these dealerships that were getting too greedy, and so they were helping people get their cars, or trucks, whichever one we're talking about, at the right price, and not changing the situation up at the time. And so just like we saw with last week's bill, where they didn't want you to be able to come in with a name on the car, they didn't want the price to be coming in on the car. They wanted to be able to just do whatever they can to reap and pillage this country, and thumb their nose at Ford and Chevy for trying to help the customers out, and then to block Tesla and Rivian and Polestar from even being able to be in their state because they didn't want to, they didn't want to play the political game of making sure there was a middleman. Like I can buy my iPhone from Apple. I don't have an iPhone. I have a Samsung. I can buy an iPhone from Apple. I can buy it from Best Buy. I can buy it from AT&T or Verizon. I don't have to. I can come in with it, and AT&T and Verizon have to service me. And if I want to use my Best Buy points, if they still have them, they've been up and down on the points. I don't know if they still have them. It's consumer choice. I'm not locked into any one thing. And yes, it's generally the same price all around. But Samsung, Apple could sell it for less if they felt like it. Best Buy could sell it for less if they felt like it. But I know that I'm not going to pay more than, say Apple says it should cost $1,000 for this version. I know I'm not going to pay more than $1,000 unless I get the protection plan or whatever. These cars should be the same way. It's not like they're firearms. It's not like they're not illicit drugs, but prescription drugs. And it's not like it's not like there's some sort of heavy equipment where I need an auxiliary license for it, like a Class 8 semi. But in my state, a Class 8 semi, as long as it's got all the provisions to be an RV, I don't need a special license for it. I can just drive it, assuming that I don't hook anything commercial up to that fifth wheel. I can just drive it. And I understand it's kind of partly politics, but the
It's
two
the
disappointing
South.
things.
It's
It's
the
the South,
South.
yeah. It's so disappointing that they are so cheap to buy, and that they are so just obstinate that they want to stick their fingers in people's eyes. And it's not hurting the folks with money. It's not hurting these companies. It's hurting the people with an average Mississippi salary. It's hurting the people who can't leave your state to get healthcare. It's hurting the people who can't, you know. So now if this passes, they have to get a Ford or Chevy. They can't get a Rivian. They can't get a Polestar. They can't.
This is why the charging infrastructure down there sucks.
Yes. There was a long time where Tesla just didn't have anything in Arkansas. They had it on all the borders, and like you couldn't charge at the supercharger in Arkansas.
Yeah, I see people whining all the time about, charging in Mississippi, and I'm just like, well, I mean, talk to your people about that. Like they're the ones making it difficult.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was like not so like with Charleston, like they have the one supercharger, and it took them 5 years because they were the politics. First was the dealerships were just flagging complaints left and right, and then the dealerships moved on to, hey, remember that little league money we gave you for the politician? And then eventually they finally got one. But I'm like, this is a tourist town. If you don't have one, the folks are going to go to Myrtle Beach because they can get in and get out if they can drive. If they get to Charleston and they have to stay for 2 days, they're not going to go because Myrtle Beach is just as good as Charleston. It's an old southern city. It's done. And so now they finally are with the program. Because we've had destination chargers here since 2012, but they were all at resorts, and the resorts were very proud of their pricing. And if I live in Columbia, I want to go to Charleston for the day and come back home, I'm not going to spend the night in Charleston for a 1 hour trip.
Yeah.
And so it's that same closed mindset that I don't know, like elections have consequences. Like you gotta look and see what they're trying to do. Like we saw where Florida keeps trying to pass the Protect the Sunshine crap. The first time around, the voters voted it down. The second time around, Mr. DeSantis actually did the right thing. It surprised me. I was like, he voted it down, or vetoed it, I should say. And but we shouldn't be at the whim of these politicians for being able to have our solar power, being able to drive what car we want, being able to buy what car we want, how we want it. Like right now, Louis Rosman, a bunch of people like not Jerry Rig Everything, but that's this channel. Zach, there we go. Zach at Jerry Rig Everything. Like they're fighting to help us fight for right to repair. Right now, if Tesla doesn't want to sell drive units to people, that thankfully they're finally moved on to doing the right way, and you can get these things done. But it's not as easy as, say my LS motor goes out on a Chevy.
Right.
I can get that done in a weekend.
Right.
I don't have to wait and ask permission and grovel and hope I got a place that's certified. I am saying that, I understand you have to be certified. That's fine, but look at how many horror stories you hear of it takes 6 months to repair a crashed Tesla.
Yeah.
We need right to repair. We need the right to purchase these things how we want to, when we want to. If there's a licensing requirement, okay, let me get it, and then I have to run it by the DMV, or I get flagged and I have to pull it over, and then they fine me a lot of money. If it's that's why I'm saying they should be not able to collect their tax. If it's not allowed to sell it here, no tax for you. Some of these states like Virginia, South Carolina, they charge a lot of money.
Yeah.
on property taxes, and yearly at that. Some of them charge it all up front. Like California, was it 10% for your car, 7%, depending on where you are.
California is ridiculous. I don't even want to get into that. And no, I don't want to talk about their expensive sales either.
Yeah,
they're expensive.
Yeah. So I think that if they were to get in the way of that, if they just couldn't, like, if the car is legal federally, they have to license it. They can't collect the tax unless it's legal to sell the car in that state. Then they can collect their tax. That would
change their tune. Yeah, that would change their tune. Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely. Okay, that's a picture of the Magic Dock, but we saw that in your video. And this is another one right here, Georgia. They have a house panel that gives the state's electric vehicle rollout a jolt and advances the charging plan. So this is what we want to see. We want to see them taking the free money and giving it to their citizens. Like hey, let's go ahead and roll out chargers. Let's roll out subsidized charging if our electric rate is crazy high. Let's make it so these people can travel, because if they can travel, they can work and they can tourist and they can spend money and they can get us taxes.
Right, the bigger picture.
Yes. And then we touched briefly on the 4-hour event. It was I was expecting 90 minutes, and it came out to be, was it 3:50, 3 hours 50 for the main event, and then another 30 or 40 minutes for question and answer. And if you want to see it, just watch the Tesla Life show. And if you have something you wanted to talk about in Investor Day, throw it in the chat and we'll discuss it. But I don't want to even try and summarize it.
It was a lot.
Bennett says Florida wants to ban EVs from hurricane evac routes because they can break down and block roads. What?
Yes, I saw that. I saw that.
Up. We saw,
but they act like gas cars don't break down and block roads.
Right. Like I saw there was a guy who was charging his Lightning from a generator in the bed. And they were like, well, what if it snows? Like, we saw this last year and the year before in the snow in Virginia when the roads shut down because of truck crashes. These people with these half-charged standard range Model 3s, they're coming home with 40% of charge remaining. And they were able to run the car the whole time, heat and everything, whereas the gas car, you got to turn it off because those people tend to run around on E all the time because you got to go somewhere to fill it up. And depending on what's going on with the snow, you might end up, just like the way that the airflow is going, you could be poisoning yourself. True. It's not a problem with EV. They just don't.
Right.
And we saw last year, they were talking about the requirements for hurricane evacuations and emergency requirements, staging, and how many of these stations had to be battery backed, and on what routes, like for snow evacuation, hurricane evacuation, earthquake drills. And Florida was one of the ones who they laid out a very solid plan. They're like, hey, we need a charger every 50 miles or every 100 miles, whatever they said. They need to be laid out this way. And then they need to have something like a mega pack or a big ass generator, or the provisions to bring in a generator truck or 3 at the rest stops. So why would they be doing this when they have the plan and they've costed it out? They know it works. I mean, obviously we know why, it's politics, but
exactly.
Why? You've done the math, you've done the work. All you need now is to actually grant the contracts for the people to put the conduit in the ground and then blow a couple strands of copper through it. Like, they didn't even say you needed to have stations at most of them. They said you could put the 14-50s, and the other one they said was the Tesla trailers. Bring them through and hope they don't catch fire. And I say that the only one has caught fire in 10 years. Only one, but
ouch.
Well, like you said, they're not being transparent. They walked into it.
Yeah, true.
Oh, I clicked on the one and it showed the other one. Sorry about that, Bennett. Yeah. We're talking about the hurricane evac routes and it's showing the wrap. David says the champions of free enterprise sure change their tune when dealy lobbies and big oil start throwing their bucks around. Oh, but small government, right? Small government. That's it. Yeah. Personal responsibility and freedoms and all that.
Yeah. Sounds good.
It does. So yeah, if you guys have anything you want to say about Investor Day, put it in the chat and we'll talk about it. I did like their talk about lowering costs. I was surprised to hear Elon mention hydrogen. He still doesn't believe it makes sense for a car. For that, he's saying to go for methane. And it's logically and scientifically, when you look at it, it makes sense. And even the fact that he's changed his tune slightly on hydrogen makes sense. He's saying use heat pumps and direct electric heat for up to 200 degrees C. But above 200 degrees C at night, when the wind is blowing and you don't have that much use for the electricity that's coming in, use it to crack water to make your hydrogen. Then when you open the factory in the morning, light it on fire, and now you've got the heat energy you need to smelt your metals, and you can use the rest of the solar energy that's coming in to power the rest of your economy, which makes sense. They also, at the very end, right before the question and answer started, they announced Gigafactory 5, New York, Berlin, Shanghai, Texas, Nevada, Gigafactory 6 in in Mexico. We don't know yet what they're going to be making. We do know for sure that they will be the first to make what they call the Tesla Gen 3 or V3 or whatever's coming after Model Y and not Cybertruck. And we'll see what happens with that. I've got a series of tweets later where the guy was able to interview the head of Tesla manufacturing and sales and service, and we'll see what happens there. But that was cool. Let's see. Let's go. What's not that? Like I said, we had an interesting morning, so I didn't preload any of the stories.
Well, I definitely had some fun. I know I got to run, but
Absolutely, we appreciate your
Casey,
time.
yeah, thank you for having me, Casey. This was a
Thank you,
great
and thank you for
chat.
making that video because I would have had to use somebody else's video, and I'd much rather keep it in the family.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and I'm glad that I had the opportunity to be out there first. And Otis pushed me to do it, and I got it done. But yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah,
I
and
appreciate the
where can,
conversation, and
it's a pleasure.
thank you.
Where can people find you on the web if you want them to?
So if they want to find me, I'm most active on Twitter. You can find me at LiftGift, and that's LYFT gift GYFT. So if you find me on Twitter, if you are on Instagram, you can find me at Big Surge BIGBIGSURGE. But Twitter is is where I'm much more vocal and talk a lot about EV stuff. But I'm trying to balance it out and share equally now. But that's where they can find me.
Absolutely. And then, have you written something up for the people who are having trouble with their dealerships if they want to get a non-Tesla and the dealership is trying to knock their heads clean off?
Shoot me a message. You can IM me, DM me, shoot me a message and let me know that your dealership's acting stupid. I have zero problems with reaching into my back pocket and pulling out, some phone numbers and making some situation, you making that be resolved. So reach out to me. I have no problems with that.
Definitely. All
I
right.
like a
Thank you,
good
sir.
fight. All right. Have a good one. Thank you.
All right, you too. We'll catch you on the next one.
Okay.
All right. All right. So next up, Volkswagen is coming to this place right here, South Carolina. They are going to make a plant that's going to build the Scout EV. So I didn't mention much about the Scout at first because it was a rumor, and you know how I feel about some of the less fun rumors. Like if I can't say, "Hey, this is a fun rumor," and wouldn't it be nice? But like with the Mexican plant, I just wasn't touching it because it's like, all right, they had the possibility, and then everything came and went. It came and went, and I don't want to deal in rumors in such a fashion. But then as it came closer, like, all right, they say this, we have no proof. And then the morning of the event, the Mexican president says, "Hey, we got it. It's coming to this place." And then that night, Tesla came through and said, "Hey, at Q&A, we know where the new Gigafactory is going to be, and we're going to build it simultaneously with another Gigafactory." To me, knowing the way that Tesla speaks, the other Gigafactory is going to be finishing Gigafactory 1. But it doesn't mean that they actually won't have another Gigafactory yet to be announced that's going to be built at the same time as the Mexican Gigafactory, which they say should be up and running in 9 months from when they start to break ground. But anyway, so back to the Scout. So the Scout was rumored to be coming back, and what it is going to be a truck brand from Volkswagen. That they acquired it when they acquired International Harvester, aka International. You see the trucks and buses running around with International on the hood. And I'll be here in South Carolina. And Governor McMaster confirmed that on what day was this? On the 3rd. And let's see if they say what town this thing is coming to. I don't see a town. For all we know, it's probably going to be Spartanburg or Charleston. So his tweet said, "This morning we got the call that Scout Motors is coming to South Carolina, bringing with them 4,000 jobs and $2 billion of investment. This decision will provide thousands of South Carolinian jobs, opportunities, and prosperity for generations to come." Volkswagen hasn't confirmed it yet. But man, would South Carolina look bad if they said that and it didn't happen. So I'll call that semi-confirmed right now. And then that is all that's not already in the phone. So we'll be pulling stuff out of the phone after this one. Here's the one I was talking about. So Matthew Donegan Ryan spoke with Tom Zhu, who, as I said, is in charge of the gigafactories and service and sales now. I'm convinced that he will be Tesla's next CEO after Elon Musk. He's charismatic, succinct, and incredibly intelligent, and acts with great sense of urgency. He'll be our Tim Apple cook. Here's what he told me. The Gen 3 platform will be built in Mexico first, and then they will copy and paste production to other gigafactories. The Gen 3 vehicle will roll off the production line in 18 to 24 months. So that's impressive right there. So if it's 18 to 24 months from now, that means that the factory is getting ready to get started right now. I asked if the Gen 3 will be painted or stainless steel, and he smirked and said, "Paint is expensive." So it may not be angular like the Cybertruck, but it may be unpainted. And you can have unpainted aluminum, or you can have unpainted stainless steel. I don't think you can have unpainted regular steel for long. Because it'll rust. Giga Mexico will be built at the same time as another Giga, which again I think is going to be called Gigafactory 1, because you've got Austin, Berlin, Shanghai, Fremont, Nevada, Buffalo, and there we go. But the ones that build cars are Fremont, Shanghai, Austin, Berlin, and Nevada builds trucks now. But the truck factory isn't done yet, so it'll be interesting to see how they start classifying that, and if they ever start building anything that rolls out of Buffalo. Let's see. All Gigafactory architecture, design, and construction is done in-house. I didn't realize the construction was done in-house, so that's kind of cool. But it makes sense. Like, you see the people running around the Tesla vest, but they also use contract work as well. So this is Giga Shanghai under construction. Shanghai ramped faster than Austin and Berlin because Shanghai copied Fremont's production, and the Austin and Berlin had to figure out their structural pack. That's why they took longer. And that makes sense, because Shanghai was literally just building them the exact same way that Fremont was, but better. It's like smoother, because they had straight lines, and they were able to fix all the mistakes that they learned in Fremont, because they didn't have to worry about shutting the line down to fix the mistakes first. They would just put them in like, this is the way we would have done it. And then Berlin and Austin, they were built around the structural pack in the 4680s, which is not the same vehicle. It looks the same on the outside. It drives the same, but it's not the same vehicle at all. And then that's not the end of the thread. It popped. There we go. So there was a deleted tweet in the middle, and that's why. Midnight Cherry and Quicksilver paint cannot be produced in Austin's paint shop, and there are no plans to change that. So we heard when they were rolling out the Berlin plant's paint shop, they were telling us how automated and advanced and everything it was, and how it was coming with 3 new colors, of which there are 2 available now. The cherry red, midnight cherry red, as you've seen here. It's nice. I like it. And the Quicksilver, which I like even better, because that's beautiful. It's got a depth to it that the original silver did not have. They will not be produced in Austin, and there are no plans for that. We will see more proactive communication soon. Now that Tesla has country-specific Twitter handles and comms teams in Asia, they will roll this strategy out to Europe and North America. It's about time, because right now, not having a comms team is really doing them nasty with customers and with the press and everything. Let's see. Bennett says, I love that they are reiterating that the cost, investment, and amount of mining required is lower to switch to sustainable than it is to keep going with unsustainable. Absolutely. And not only that, once you do the switch to sustainable, you can then switch down to a maintenance level. Whereas when you're burning it up with combustion, you don't get to slow down. You have to keep going. And if you increase the number of cars, then generally you're going to increase the amount of consumption as well. I mean, yeah, you can do stuff like the Elio motors that never really happened, or hybrids and stuff that will lower the consumption, but it won't necessarily be enough that you can significantly drop it like you can with the renewables. David says, perhaps a surprise. Unpainted plastic. Think the Think City EV. Not too recyclable though. And that is a good idea, because if you can do something like with the plastic panels, you can have like with the Think or the Saturn, you can have the paint impregnated into the plastic, and you don't have a separate paint step. You don't need clear coat. If it gets a scratch, it's the same color underneath. So yeah, they could do shaped and injected plastic for some parts, like the bumper and stuff. And we see that on Cybertruck, where it's got like the black trim underneath where all the sensors and everything go, and then it's got the folded steel up top. And then if you do aluminum but unpainted, you could match that with like a shiny plastic. Or I don't know if it's in this thread, but somebody was describing what you could do with vacuum wraps. Like you vacuum form the part, and then before the part is finished, you just wrap it. And then as you can wrap the wrap behind the piece before it goes on the car, you don't have to worry about the edges coming up. And if you get into a crash, they've got the parts in a rack. They ship your installer the part, and they wrap it on site, and they put the part on the car. David says, darn, that midnight cherry looks nice. Absolutely. I like it, but for some reason I like the silver better. And I'm not even, I am kind of a silver car person. I like not having to wash them as much. See how many of my last cars were silver. You had the Volt. You had the Prius. And then Champagne, you had the Civic Gas and the Tesla S. Yeah, so most of my cars have been kind of a silvery color. I should say a majority, because I've had this one is number 11, and then the Cybertruck's going to be stainless steel, so that's going to make it 5. Germany needs fancy, US needs volume. Good point. And yeah, so if that paint is slower, even with the new factory, then yeah, it would slow down their plans if it's slower. And let's see. All right, so they're talking about the comms team are coming up. They've got Japan, Megapack, Europe. Excuse me. Tesla China is actively working with the Chinese regulators to approve the use of FSD in China. Same policies for all manufacturers, not just Tesla. So that would mean that Tesla and everybody is fighting to get FSD to be legal in China. I also have unbelievable news about the Cybertruck that I heard from Tesla execs. Follow me if you're into, excuse me, that kind of thing. I'll share the info soon. Can I follow this guy? I am now. Let's see. Yeah, it's him and Franz. There you go. As we showed, I met Franz once. As one of the lucky 50 retail Tesla shareholders who attended Investor Day, I was able to take lots of pictures of the event. You can check them out here. If you enjoyed this thread, please tweet the first post, and it's him and Tom Zoo, the first post. It's a little cyclical. All right, so there is his view of the Cybertruck. I like that the taillights are there when the door is down. You see it has no door handles. That was Sandy Monroe there. I'm not a fan of the wheel covers, but other people love them. And here we can see that it looks like the whole front end is going to come up when the front is open. And that's probably partly why the headlights and signals are down low in between the bumper and the hood of the vehicle. We can see that the bed is coated now rather than being just raw steel. People are still concerned about whether the sails will open up, the sail wings. And some folks were concerned that the wiper wouldn't go all the way across, but we saw some photos of a dusty one, and it does go all the way across. Right now, it's got, instead of the binocular cameras, it has the triplex cameras up front, but it does have the camera in the nose. But other than the camera in the nose, it's still set up very much like the cars today are. The charge port door was moved into right here, into the trim around the wheel. That whole piece opens up. Let's see. Eddie says, really just can't imagine those on the street. And then here you can see, I think that part of the reason that this is now one piece instead of a bunch of different pieces is that it can kind of fold in for the crumpling for pedestrian safety and collisions. Because again, remember, this is the company that's always telling us safety first, and then proving it. I am concerned about whether the midgate will go down because the rear seats fold up against the wall where the seat backs are fixed in position. But that doesn't mean that the whole thing doesn't fold down still. We'll have to wait and see on that one. Let's see what else he's got here. Interior shots. So the yoke wheel is now a squircle. It's kind of the best of both worlds for everybody. Like, my whole complaint about the circular wheels is that I can't see the screen, of which there is no screen there currently. I certainly hope that they do put the screen there, as we saw on some of the vehicles. It looks like the Alcantara is back, or it's a really dusty leatherette. Like, it's impressive how much room there is between the edge of the window and the driver. It feels even more so than on my Model X. All right, this mirror doesn't appear to have a screen in it anymore. Doesn't mean they're not using like a thin screen, like a phone or something. There's the camera that watches the driver. That screen, it looks like it's either more than 17 inches or it just looks bigger in the truck than it does on the Model S and X do today. At present, this is going to be a 5-seat vehicle instead of 6. This console is no longer going to fold up, and their excuse was that is because there's a screen at the back of this, which we're going to get to. Right here, it's a screen right here, and that prevented them from folding that up into a chair. We'll see if that ends up being the final, but I hope that they can make it 6-seat, but I don't need 6 seats anymore. The whole argument I was looking at was that Cybertruck does everything we wanted from our Model X minus 1 seat, and they'll be then saying that the Cybertruck does everything our X wanted except now minus 2 seats. All right, David is skeptical. We will see them this summer and fall, even in small quantities. We think more betas would have to be out now, not just a couple currently in the news. This is a very real possibility. What I suspect we'll see is like Christmas Eve. By then, we'll see delivery of 24 of them to special friends and employees of Tesla. They'll have their little party, and then where we'll start to see the people talking about in the groups that you're in and your circles, start seeing them on the street. Will be around June of next year. We'll start seeing them just randomly start showing up, and then by August or December of 24 is when we'll start seeing them pop out in volume, like we saw with the Model Y, mirroring the way the Model Y came out. They had the delivery event. Actually, I don't even think the Model Y had a delivery party. Model 3 did. And then the Plaids did. So some combination of the Plaids and the 3 and the way the Model Y ramped. 6-seater seemed cool, so you could squeeze through the center instead of the sides. In my opinion, the Y should have a 6-seater. Yeah, I like the 6-seat on the X. What I don't like about the 6-seat on the X is that the seats don't fold over, and so that's the reason we waited on a 7 with folding seats, because the old Model X 7-seat was the same as the 6-seat, but with the one in the middle, and I didn't want to get an SUV that had less flexibility than my sedan of the same frame. So the Model S with the seats folded down had more capacity than the 7-seat and 6-seat Model X with the power seats, with the seats folded up, smashed against the front seats, and then the 2 rear seats folded down. The Model S beat it in capacity. It couldn't tow. The Plaid can tow, but the Model X's could always tow 5,000 pounds for the 20-inch and 3,500 pounds for the 22-inch wheels. But I didn't want to have to tow every time that I needed to bring something big. Turns out it didn't matter, because to do this move, I didn't realize how much room a baby stroller takes up and a high chair and all that. So we ended up having to take a U-Haul to do this little trip anyway, because the baby stroller took up the whole trunk. So that was an unfounded concern of mine. Not that I'm afraid of towing, I just don't like towing. All right, so next we had, so here's the seat folded up, and that's why I'm concerned that the midgate may not be a thing. There's 2 ways this could work. They could fold it down, which makes the most sense, and they could fold it up, which makes almost no sense. Or perhaps you can remove the seat bottoms. I don't know how they're going to make it so that you can get from the vault to the cab. And that was something that a lot of folks were concerned with, and Elon says they were looking into it. But again, just because Elon says he'll look into something doesn't mean the company is going to follow through. And so it looks like we may have 5 seats and no pass-through to the vault. What they may do as a compromise is that the window may open to the vault, and then at least you'll have heating and air in there. Or even better, they could actually just do a heating and air circuit to the vault, because then say you're delivering flowers or something, and flowers, medical supplies, anything that was kind of temperature sensitive, you could, temperature sensitive that didn't need like a cooler, just needed room temperature, you could chocolate. You could just open that compartment between the two, and it would be the appropriate temperature. But then further than the cargo usage is camp mode. You could enable camp mode, get out of the truck, shut the doors, lock it, get in the vault, close it from, I guess, the app, or I guess with it being a compartment that can hold a person, there'll be an emergency button that you can get released, just like on the frunks of all the Teslas and the sub trunk on the Honda Ridgeline. There's just like a regular trunk, there's an emergency glow in the dark release button. I think that'll be a requirement to be able to always get out of the vaults without a cell phone signal. So if there's a way to get the air conditioning back there, and I think that emergency provision is going to be in there regardless of if they have HVAC. But hopefully they do. This camp mode would be awesome if you could do that in the bed, because it's a long bed, and you get your sleeping bag back there, get a little pillow. That'll be awesome. And then here's just a wider view of the front. Oh, I didn't click anything else, but it went away. That's fine. Sandy Monroe says the air suspension, which is this right here, on the Cybertruck is the biggest he's seen, bigger than the Dodge Ram. Oh, really? Next week, I'll publish a video with all the Cybertruck updates I was told at Investor Day, including specs and dimensions. Follow to see it. So what I might want to do is, after this, I'll turn this guy's bell on. All right, Mike says this is the type of shot where horizontal video is much better. I took a landscape video later with less people around. I'm going to post a video shortly. Does it look like it still has the middle front seat, or is it a permanent centerpiece now? He says no. Wiper, check. Mirror, check. Street legal, check. Let's get these things produced. Oh. That's what I said about the gem of the Pontiac Aztec. Here's hoping that the test truck has 14 cup holders. That would be awesome. Cybertruck looks like an order of magnitude better in person. A dumpster joke. Biggest problem with these trucks is they're trying too hard to look futuristic. It's skipping many cycles of development in hopes that these look cool. I don't think that's the case here. I think literally it's the cheapest way to meet all of the design requirements. And that's what we're getting. And then this guy says Cybertruck is fire, 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 pretending to be as awesome as Matt from home. So he's got the remote control Cybertruck. It's that giant thing on the side of the windshield. Must be Elon's genius. Is the next gen FSD sensors. It's the only thing I can think of because no car would have that giant thing on the windshield in 2023. Unless it was some secret tech or they don't know how to make cars. Oh, let's turn this guy's bell on so I don't miss it. I don't need notifications in this browser. They just make a mess. And I'll add into my super secret list. See if he had any more of his Cybertruck stuff in his list. And I'm not seeing it. Check-in staff told me only 50 of the 275 attendees are retail lottery winners. Wow. Let's see. There's another video I wanted to share that I didn't see here. The next thing I want to do is pull up the phone, switch this over, and then we'll just pull some of the stories. We won't get them all because I haven't vetted some of these. All right, so we talked about Volkswagen. Share this to the mic. Okay, this works. It's not too slow. All right, so Tesla Model 3s have joined the taxi fleet in the UAE. Always good to see some more sustainable mass-ish transportation. I don't know what the difference is between the red and the green, but this one's red and that one's green. I'm assuming that they're both wraps. The authority has launched 10 Tesla 3 electric taxis, and this person confirmed that the launch of the Tesla vehicles comes within the framework of the Green Economy Initiative. There you go. Can't do oil forever. Close this. This one was good news right here. Ford is boosting EV production in North America. They have announced plans to boost EV production as demand has increased. They will expand their manufacturing plants throughout the continent. They'll step up manufacture of the Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning, as well as the E-Transit at their plants in Detroit, Kansas, and in Mexico. The automaker reported a jump of 68% in sales in February. The Mustang Mach-E started in Mexico in February, and Ford implemented some changes at the factory that nearly doubled production hours and will help reach the 210,000 units target by the end of the year. It's a lot of cars, but they need more. They need more than that. The other thing that they're doing is, they're securing their own battery supply, so that will help them do that as well. Ford will triple the F-150 Lightning production number at the Rouge plant this year. It's targeting a run rate of 150,000 vehicles, and they're saying the Lightning is the best selling battery powered pickup in the US at 15,617 units in 2022. Mere child's play. Buyers have snapped up 3,600 units in the first 2 months of 2023. Not bad. And they're going to drop $2 billion into their plants in Michigan, producing more Lightning trucks and creating 3,200 new jobs. And they want to increase the vans production by 38,000 units, including transit. And this will cost $95 million and add 1,100 new jobs. No comments on that one. I didn't want to copy the link. I wanted to put it up on my screen. There we go. Yeah, I agree, Bennett. The cargo area is gonna change a lot of the reservations. I mean, because yeah, a lot of non-truck people bought it, but they'll have to be able to do some of the stuff that they sold us on it being able to do for it to see the kind of numbers that they have reservations for. Tesla Model Y has been recalled over a rear seatbelt issue. This is a real physical recall. You'll have to either get a mobile tech out to you or get your car into the shop, because this is about the attachment of the rear seatbelt buckles. You can't do that over the air. So Model Y has been recalled due to rear seatbelt issues. Let's see. According to the filing with the NHTSA, 3,470 vehicles from 2022 to 2023 have loose bolts that secure the rear seats and seat belts, potentially leading to a hazardous situation if the vehicle were to get into a crash. NHTSA states the letters will be sent to affected owners by April 25th, each fixed at a nearby Tesla service stations free of charge. The report specifies that those who believe they may be affected by the Model Y recall can contact either Tesla's customer service or the NHTSA helpline to have their questions answered. Now, for a while, Elon was saying that since the computer is the first thing they turn on when they build the car, and since it's available throughout the build process, that the car knew everything that was going on as it was being built, to the point where it knew how much torque was applied to each bolt. Now, either he's exaggerating about the ability of knowing how much torque went to each bolt, or they didn't have a provision for the computer to say, hey, stop, that rear seat's not tight enough. I'm not sure on that. But we did see during Investor Day that, yes, the computer is still available throughout the construction of the car, and it is fired up right away, and it's watching as the components are put in. So like after you install the steering column, even before you put the wheel on the steering column, you can see it wiggle the steering column to actually make sure that it functions correctly. And it says, hey, you put in the steering column. If you plug in your turn signals and you don't do them correctly, say you got them swapped, the car will say, hey, the turn signals aren't installed correctly. And it does that live. It'll flash up on the screen. I guess the cars can even pull their own end-on cords at this point. I'm curious how this came to be, if they're tracking the torque on the bolts, or if that was just a capability they have, but not something they were actually doing. David says the recall is a relatively small number of Ys affected versus total run. This is true. Like I said, this is a traditional recall. It's not a like company ending recall. Like, oh my goodness, the ignition switches are failing. It's just a standard something that comes up. Like, they're made by humans. They will see issues, and they could be serious if they crop up. Like if like right now you could buckle the seatbelt and it's probably fine, but you don't want to risk it in a crash. But it's probably fine, like just driving around. I'm not saying that that's okay. I'm not saying to risk it and try it. What I'm saying is go ahead and reach out to Tesla and figure out if you're one of the ones that are affected, and then either get a mobile tech to show up at your house with a torque wrench, or get yourself an appointment to the Tesla service center to get in there and get it properly torqued. and we're good. Um, it's not doom and gloom. The sky is falling, but y'all know I like to do reports on recalls, and I also like to do outrage on stuff that's not really a recall, like we talked about at the beginning of the show, like those recalls to Ford and Tesla and GM that were not actually traditional recalls. They're done in your sleep in your driveway. We need something else to be done about that, but that's the system we have right now, and we do need the reporting and tracking to make sure that it's been repaired, and we need the reporting to make sure that people know to get their stuff fixed, or in this case, push the download button. But not this case, like the story that's on the screen right now, but this case, meaning those 3 software recalls we talked about earlier. In this case, yes, it is a physical, you need to go get the cart touched. And then they're talking about the massive recall. That massive recall was a software update for FSD. Question for the morons. Nope. That has nothing to do with the cars. So a relatively small number of cars and a simple fix, tighten the bolts. You'd think the Tesla mobile service rangers could be mobilized for a fixed. I've been visited by a ranger for 12-volt battery swap under warranty at home, which is quite convenient. Also makes good PR. Cecil says they probably will be, but NHTSA is just ignorant of this capability. I don't think they are, because they have a car or 2 or more, and they have FSD, so it may be that because of the way that traditional recalls work, if go visit the dealer, it may just be the default. They say that, go visit Tesla, and that may be Tesla coming to visit you. Because as we saw with the stop drive order for that old Mercedes, they came to you, get the car, brought it back, and then dealt with it. So it could be the very same situation here, where mobile service coming to you is you going to see Tesla. That joke's getting old. Maybe to be fair, the world's hardcore fans of regulatory conservatism could agree on soft recalls versus hard recalls and name it accordingly. That'd be fine too. This may stop this endless annoying debate about recalls versus software updates. They could please the legacy automakers and give them a chance to also do soft recalls someday in the future. Like I said, Ford and Chevy can do it now. Beyond their situation with their dealer networks. And as we discussed on some other show, whether it's What Drives Us or the Tesla Life or somebody else's entirely, they can still set it up where it's still OTA, but you have to call Bob Smith Ford up and say, hey, I need the recall. And he says, okay, and pushes the button. And then the mothership pushes the software to your car. All right, that's enough of these comments. Let's move on to the next one. Not you guys' comments, but the ones on that article. All right, so let's close that one. All right, we talked about Ford boosting production. That's not for you guys. This is for our Canadian viewers. This one's pretty cool. All right, let's open this and that and talk to you guys about this one. So Europe's largest battery energy storage project is opened in the UK, and it's using megapacks. And I'm wondering if they're megapack XLs at this point. I can't tell the difference between a megapack and a megapack XL on site, at least not just yet. I guess the easiest way was when we see enough of the XLs, and I'll be like, that doesn't look right. The largest energy battery storage facility in Europe is opened in the UK. It uses megapacks. It's located in Pillswood near Cottingham, East Yorkshire, and it costs £75 million. The Energy Storage Centre will help the UK advance its plans to transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy resources. Let me stop right there and point out, one of the naysayers was pointing out that These are batteries. They don't make power. But they move so fast and hold so much energy that they are still able to replace peaker plants. So the the renewable energy can be generated all day long, or at least when it's available in the case of solar. Like there's more wind at night for some reason, and then there's solar during the day, and you can just keep them going, store them in the mega packs, and then during the day or peak demand at night, you can release them. So yes, they don't directly generate power, but they fulfill the role of the entire peaker plant, stabilizing the grid, storing, releasing. Not that peaker plants really do much storing, but they work. The site lies next to the national grids, this substation, which will serve as a connection point for phases A and B of the Dogger Bank offshore wind farm. See, there we go. The Pillswood project can store 196 megawatt hours of electricity in a single cycle, or enough to power about 300,000 homes for 2 hours. Harmony Energy plans to develop more battery storage energy projects in the UK and already has 9 projects with a total capacity of 500 megawatt hours. 500 megawatts and 1 gigawatt hour, megawatts of power and 1 gigawatt hour of storage. There we go. Moving on. Got this group has implemented kilowatt hour billing at DC fast chargers in Canada. And so what that means is now instead of paying by the minute, you're able to pay for the electricity you actually used. I think that's great that you're not overpaying, but what I'd like to see with these sorts of things is you pay more for the faster the charge is capable of, and not, the fastest that the car takes, but like if you bring a Bolt to a 350 kilowatt charger and your car maxes out at 50 kilowatts, if the charger was available to do 350, charge me for 350 until charge me for the 350 the whole way through until the car is asking for a taper, then charge me for whatever the next tier down is, and then if I leave the car full for X amount of time past full, charge me idle fees. That's the most fair, because unless all your stations there are the max speeds, like if you've got some 250s and 150s, that's the way I'd like it to be. But if you've got all 350s, then don't add that element to it. If it makes sense what I'm trying to say there, because there's no need to charge extra to incentivize you to use a slower charger if there are no slower chargers. So good on that. And Charge Map Pass is now integrated with Tesla Supercharger network in Europe. So if you're already using the Charge Map Pass on other chargers that are not Tesla Superchargers, you can now use them to pay for your Tesla Supercharger as well. It's the first third-party charging app to be compatible with superchargers, as the EV maker continues to open up a popular charging network to other electric vehicles. Allows owners to use a single payment method at many charging stations in Europe, works with over 700 networks, including superchargers, and represents over 320,000 charging points. Not bad. I wonder how that's going to work with the superchargers, like, because you still need to open up the app to tell it where you are and what's stalled on block. Bennett says it's really something to think about. Bolts hitting 40-ish kilowatts, as we see a bunch of videos, are only fast charging at 4x of a good level of a level 2 charger. Really, really low. Absolutely. And that's why if there's a site and it's got a 150 or 50, I want to encourage them to use a charger that they can maximize rather than block a charger they can't maximize. If you've got 2 350s and 6 150s and 2 50s, and the Bolt plugs into one of the 2 350s, you're slowing down a Hyundai Ioniq, you're slowing down a Porsche. And I'm not saying that because they paid more that they deserve it more. What I'm saying is you can't utilize it, and they've got one that you can max out, and it still goes faster than your car. And it's open. Why not use that one? Be considerate of others. And as we see around the world these days, there are less and less considerate people out there. So if you give them a selfish incentive to move to the one that matches, assuming that there is one that matches, then I think that's a good idea. But if you've got 12 350s or 100 350s and no lower options, don't penalize him. You didn't give him any option to go slower. So same with the Aptera. If Aptera comes through to production to the point where mine shows up and I can still afford it and get it, and I get it, and I show up at a V3 supercharger and there's some V2s and V1s around, hit me for extra. Because that one doesn't need a 350. Bolts need to start using the 50 kilowatt Tesla connectors at EVgo stations. Yes, absolutely. Somehow everybody needs adapters now. Right, let's see if they say how this charge map app works on Tesla Supercharger. For a limited time, you'll be able to get billed at the same rate as Tesla owners instead of paying the monthly membership fee. There we go. We talked about that earlier in the show with the memberships. All right, I hope this doesn't have music in it. Of course it does. It's live. Not compatible. Like the drop the not compatible. Like a vacancy, no vacancy. From today, you can use your Charge Map app pass to access the Tesla Supercharger network available in France and soon the rest of Europe. How does it work? Do you still use the Tesla app? And then it's just a payment method? Because as you saw on mine and on Sergio's, it knew what credit card to use. All right, to start using superchargers in the past, non-Tesla owners have to download and install the Tesla app and set up an account. They'll then set the Charge Map app pass as the primary payment method for charging stuff. There we go. Inside the Charge Map app, users will activate the Charge Map pass compatibility option and add the supercharger network. Charge Map business owners can also switch to the pass and manage their electric fleet from there, including invoicing. There we go. If my Cybertruck and Aptera reservations show up at the same time, I'm not sure what I'll do. A single person doesn't need a dual motor Cybertruck plus a Model Y plus an Aptera. Same thing that I'm looking at really is like if my wife doesn't have her driver's license and the Aptera and the Cybertruck both show up at the same time, what do I do? I'm leaning heavily towards Cybertruck because it has the FSD, and the 500-mile range is plenty. Because I keep saying, 220 is all we need. 220 is all we need. We'll need more for towing, so I figure with 500, cut it into whatever fractions, and then we'll still have 220 while towing, and it seats 5 at least, maybe 6, versus seating 2 going 1,000 miles on a charge, but only having 2 seats. So the only way that would really work would be if I'm soloing places, or if it's just me and my wife, or just me and the baby. I don't know. My situation changed since I put down that reservation, but it's still a cool car, and I think we could fit it into our needs. But can we fit 2 in budget the way that they're coming down? I don't know, and we'll see what happens. I'll definitely drive one, and we'll see if I can obtain both. It's a future me problem. Eddie says, check the fair use rules. You can play dab of music. I had a bad experience with Sony Music Entertainment Group, so I'm not taking any chances. And it wasn't even Sony's property. They lied and said I was playing Kids Bop. There was nobody playing Kids Bop at an adult event, and not like it was a drag race. There were some kids at the place, but they were not playing Kids Bop. It was catered to the people who had driver's licenses. Let's see. Poor Tesla owners don't see an upside for this for us anywhere. What? Why not? Load it in as a payment method, and it'll charge you the Tesla rates regardless, even when they go up for the other people. Anyway, while that guy mopes about other people having access to charging, let's open up the next article. Share that with the Mac. Share that with the Mac. We'll open these and we'll share whatever this is. All right, so Cybertruck's powered tonneau cover and four-wheel steering spotted in action with a video. We'll look at that in a moment. Bennett says that Aptera really needs to get on the used commuter, possibly college-goer market. Would have loved that car when it had less stuff. Exactly. Like right now, if we put the baby seat in it, that'll be all. The baby seat and like a couple bags of groceries. But then again, it would be, I wouldn't necessarily need the baby seat because it was me and the baby. That means that she can walk on her own. Yeah, exactly, David. The music rules on YouTube are super ridiculous. They have like no recourse. Like if you say it wasn't them and then the person who says it was them lies, then you're on the hook. Just what Sony did. They insisted it was Kids Bop, and it was clearly not Kids Bop. Or even the song that Kids Bop covered. It was like a different song by not Kids Bop, and not one that Kids Bop covered. Jerks. So anyway, the powered tonneau cover and four-wheel steering were spotted in action. So here they see the tonneau in action going up and down, and we can see considerable deflection on the rear axle in that turn there. So my hope is that in the places where right now I have to do a triple maneuver on the Model X to back it up into a space, that I'll be able to just kind of swing it with the Cybertruck. And also the same with towing with the Cybertruck, that it might increase the capabilities there as well. And then in forward, the tight turns there too, because like there's some places I can't do a U-turn that I could have done with the Model S, which is also a large car, but still like an inch or three shorter in wheelbase than the X. Oh, the whole car, but the wheelbase too. All right, so let's see. We got some photos and videos here. So here is, it's got to take us to Twitter. I've got to change the window. Yep. You awake, Monto? How was your nap? You had a good nap? Oh, good to see you. Want to say hi to everybody? But you already left. Yeah, she said hi. See the hand? All right, so let's look at this picture now. All right, so we've got the Cybertruck. And like I was saying, the headlights have moved down here, probably for compliance reasons, especially if that hood's not latched correctly, the connection might not be solid if the lights were in here. And not only the connection, but also the if the headlights could move, they could be misaligned. And it's a lot cheaper to just kind of fix them in place than it is to have them be self-aligning active. Really? Tell us how you really feel. Oh, okay. I see. That's how you really feel. Let me put this back on then. So, yeah, so the headlights have moved down here, as have the turn signals. On the ones I've seen so far, I haven't seen any evidence that the front light bar is still there. Doesn't mean that it won't be. It just means that I haven't seen it lately. We know there's a later one because it's got the triangular mirrors. And then we have, so yeah, for the folks complaining about how the windshield wiper doesn't cover the passenger side, look at this arc of the dirt that's been cleared. It reaches to within a couple inches or centimeters of the edge of the A-pillar on the passenger side. So I think we'll be good there. Yes, there's this whole unwiped space above the passenger's head, but even out the passenger's eyes, everything is clear. That's going to be, if they keep that in that place, it's going to be ugly. It works, but man, it stands out. Talking about this join, the seam right here. And back here we can see the fender cameras right there. And then we've got the pillar cameras there. We've got the triple cameras up front. Why are you so mean? All right, so here we see the tonneau covers closed. We saw several rear cameras on one of the original prototypes, but we haven't seen two clear pictures of the new rear camera setup. We saw there's something in the corners on the wire diagram of the investor day. It's considerably faster and quieter than the one they showed off previously, and now it's also a black material instead of like steel slats. And I'm wondering if the reason for the change might have anything to do with the troubles that Rivian has been having with their active tonneau cover. Like it had slats and it was like, and it would stack them up when they went back, and then it would unstack them and tongue and groove them as they came back out. And the tonneau cover was also part of the reason why many of us suspect that they will have difficulty doing a mid-gate option or even a window. Not impossible, but it does increase the engineering challenges. So we'll see what becomes of that. Let's see. It's in progress. So shiny. Cool seeing the crowd lift off the truck's body. But the question here is, have we seen the final finish? Because we saw when Franz was talking with Ryan at Ride the Lightning podcast that there's going to be a finish on it. And it'll be scratch resistant, etc. Maybe. Who farted? You farted? My hand jiggled. It said, oh, I'm embarrassing you. I'm sorry. Yeah. Maybe Rivian could look at Tesla's tonneau cover and copy it. Looks to be the same as a window roller shutter. Yeah, it looks like it's just a different material. And we've been seeing these roller shutters for decades now over shop windows and stuff, but like this one doesn't look as cheap as those. Is it going in the cabin? I would say it's going under and behind the cabin, or under, period. Let's see. Let's go back to the article and see if they have the four-wheel steering demo that they mentioned. They probably do. They do. It's right. Yeah. All right. So this one is another one of short videos. So watch the rear wheels in relation to the front wheels. They don't turn as far as the front wheels, but that's fine. Most rear wheel steering vehicles that have multiple steering axles don't turn one of the wheels as far as the other. On one of his replay, and it reloaded into Twitter.
Above.
Above what? Above you? Alright, so that's enough of that. Let's mute it and look. Me in the chest. Why are you punching me in the chest, child? 5-hour stream of launch of DM2 or playing Far Cry 6, 20-second clip of music demonetized. Exactly! Like 20 seconds. 20 seconds is enough for them to get all the money, which is ridiculous. Or at least, a good portion of it, depending on which way they're getting you. I hope the cover works well on the Cybertruck. I really want that feature. Yeah, I don't want to see them pull a Rivian and say, "Oh yeah, it's optional now," or worse, it's just not there, because Tesla doesn't really do options like that. I really hope Hardware 4 is just so they can tow an FSD. I would love to tow with FSD. But right now, why are you punching me in the chest? That's what I get for naming her after Warrior, huh? Yeah, you're named after a warrior. Really hope the Hardware 4 is just so they can tow an FSD. I'd get over it if Hardware 3 can do real FSD without a trailer, but Hardware 4 is required to tow. Absolutely. That's fine with me too. Or if Hardware 4 just does it smoother and better, but Hardware 3 does it safely and without making my passengers sick. What's mommy making? I smell onion. Looks like she made a little pizza. Yeah. Bennett says, whatever you do, don't copy a design from a blinds company. They all break in 12 months. Laughing out loud. Absolutely. They break so quick. And even if they don't physically, like, the blind slats don't break, the mechanism breaks. Or becomes gummy or whatever. All right, so let's look at the comments on this thing. Sorry, America. Raw. 10 seconds. That's all the footage you can manage on the phone. iPhone storage must be rare these days. And he says it's fun, full of screenshots of crappy Mr. Levine tweets I'll shitpost when Cybertruck specs and price come. Sorry. Let's look at my 30-foot boat and pull it more than 20 miles. Yeah. No EV truck on the market only gets 20 miles. Let's load up your 87 Yamaha and let's go. Right, understanding that would give a baseline of how far I could pull a 9,000-pound boat. This is true. The question is how far are you usually going? That's the important question. A lot of people don't understand you don't need to do the whole trip without stopping. And oftentimes that's not safe. Like physically safe, or if you're a professional driver, it's not legal. Even if you're in a pickup truck instead of a Class 8 semi, you still are subject to those driving requirements of 11 hours in a shift, 8 hours at a time, 30-minute break. You still got it. That's what the CDL is for. And even if you don't have the CDL, you're still subject to that stuff. Wow. It's not about usual, it's how far I want to go. Fair enough. All right, let's not listen to these people argue. I was hoping there would be more pictures. So this one is not the Cybertruck, but a what do you call them? Ultralight trailer, ultralight camper. So on the other side of this kitchen, there's a bed. Are you pooping? All that farting you pooping on me? Pooping. Oh, you won't look at me. I'm embarrassing you again? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly is happening in this video? Is he just driving? And this person points out, rear wheel steering. Look close. Chevy's had this on the 2500s. Yes, they've had it. They don't have it now. They will have it on the GMC Sierra and on the Silverado, and they already have it on the Hummer with the crab walk feature, which I still don't see the utility of crab walk. So I'm gonna carry the plants home in the 6-foot work bed. Slip up the back seats. A turbo version of this monster would totally dominate the river. Yeah, if they did a version where instead of the vault it had a third row, that would be phenomenal. Also, if they put the third row where it goes and just left the back as cargo, like with the 6-foot bed, and then just another proper distance, that would be cool. Because then that's part of the reason why minivans have so much more utility than today's crossover SUVs and many regular SUVs, is because they have the extra space in the back. I say the regular like long wheelbase ones, because if they still make the shorties, they have the same problems as the SUVs with like no cargo space. Unveiled Tesla van. No, this is just the regular old Tesla service, Tesla Energy Ford van. perfect for a fifth wheeler? Maybe. A lot of people are saying that the sails or the vault the buttresses will stop you from having a fifth wheel. I don't think that it will necessarily stop it. It will just require better engineering. Because when you look at fifth wheels go over the axle, right? So here's your axle right here. In fact, the axle will probably be further back because this thing's making a left turn. Sorry, a right turn. So I'd say the axle probably normally here. And that's not too high of a pitch to deal with. So if the nose of the trailer is all behind here, then you just need to clear that edge of the buttress. And yes, normally it's a lot lower of a height by at least a couple inches. It's not insurmountable. Like if they sell enough of these things, then I think that we'll see fifth wheel hitches for these. If let's, oh, I do have it. As I say, I don't have it. I do have it in the notes. It was the last thing we looked at in the notes. That guy's Cybertruck thread. My computer. I don't know why I think I'm right clicking and stuff. Because I'm not. Here we go. All right, so over the rear axles, it does not appear that that the undertrunk is there. So it'll be possible to engineer something. And then, like I said, you just got to clear the sails. And so if it's at the lower part of the sails, then it's doable. Especially when you consider how tall the modern full-size truck bed rails are on the sides. They're considerably taller than they ever have been. Like you can no longer just reach over without getting on your toes as a full-size adult male. You have to like get a ladder or something or stand on your tiptoes. You can't just like reach in and just place something gently. Let's see. Why the Army makes its folks plan road trips through a website and receive counseling about the need to stop for greater than 20 minutes every 4 hours. They know the research on long drives. Yes. A gooseneck would work fine with the Cybertruck. Okay, excellent. If the sails open, I could see a first aid kit on one side and a tool flare utility kit on the other. Yeah, absolutely. Where are you going, baby? Do you see your lunch? You're fighting me real hard right now. You're yelling at your mom. Huh? You ready? All right, let's get out. Just don't trip. That one. What'd you make? Burn it? Omelet smells spicy. And not just spicy. All right, let's see. Let's check my sugar real quick. Because I've got pizzas in here. I can eat a pizza. All right, so that is that edition of Cybertruck today. We looked at the video. We talked about the goosenecks and fifth wheels. We looked at people arguing on Twitter. You won't let me exit full screen. All right, here we go. Let's close these down so I don't get distracted by them. Turn the phone back on and get the next 2 articles staged. I did save it for the articles. And they're opening in the wrong window. That's fine. They're opening in the one that we're actually looking at. Or the one that I'm streaming from. All right, so Tesla Model 3 leads the way as EV sales hit 6.8% of the Australian market in February. 6%, baby. Remember, like I said, we were screaming and hollering when we hit 2% on or 1% on hybrids, and now we're hitting 6.8% in Australia on EVs without a plug or without a gas generator. Top 3 vehicles in overall sales were the Ford Ranger, Toyota Hilux, and the Tesla Model 3. Model 3 became third with 2671 sales. Model Y had 864 sales. And where's the Camry at? Remember, the Camry was bragging about it, and they had to change their stuff. In terms of EVs, top 5, Model 3, number 2, Model Y, BYD Atto 3, MG ZS EV, and the Polestar 2. Not bad. All right, so now I've got to move the other 2 articles out of the podcast window. Switch to them. And don't mind me, I'm going to eat this pizza as well. So Model 3 sales in China have grown to 74,402 units in February. That's a good deal. Almost 100,000 cars in February in China. Now, is that for the quarter or for the month? For the month, I think they've set a new record if that's the case. Wholesale figure includes cars that were delivered domestically in China and also those were exported to other markets. Interesting. So a 13% increase over January when 66,051 were sold. And an even larger 31.65% increase from last year when they did 56,515 vehicles in February 22. Ooh, wow. This now puts Tesla at 140,453 sales from Giga China over the last 2 months of the year. Oh, so the first 2 months of the year. Figure that's over 20% higher than the same time last year. If they maintain this pace over the remaining 10 months, then the Tesla China team will end 2023 with nearly 850,000 sales. Look at that, 2.2 million, David. Which would exceed its 2022 total, which stood at 710,865 units. That's pretty cool. I agree. Amazing growth. Love to see it. And not sarcastically either. All right, so Tesla installing their first V4 supercharger in the Netherlands. So here's what I was talking about. They had photos of these monoliths. They told us they were doing them in Investor Day, and this one is located in Harderwijk. Discovered by YouTuber Electric Felix. Came across it while crews were in the process of installing one of the massive pedestals. 3 other V4 pedestals had already been installed, but were covered up. As we expected, this new hardware is significantly taller than current V3 superchargers. Several people were standing around the uncovered pedestal, and it towers above them all, the tallest of which appears to be around 6 feet tall. I mean, even the covered one looks pretty tall. And then here is the Tesla Semi one. And then here's what we saw on the patent application. Kind of goes down and around the front. It has an alternative supercharger post, cabinet, handle. So what I'm thinking is that it's going to be the same as the Tesla Semi, but the Tesla word mark will be lower, and the whole thing will be thinner than the Tesla mega chargers. 2001 theme song is playing in my head. I don't even know if I can hum it without Sony and them finding me. So it says opening Q2 2023, so as early as next month? No. Yeah, next month. We're in March now. All right, so he's got a video here. Let's copy the link so you guys can see the whole thing. And let's try to zoom around his video.
Welcome. This is where I want
Don't burn my cook, baby. They're not very good when they're all shaken up.
station a couple of years back. But this year, 2023, is when Harderwijk will get really, really interesting. Because next to the KFC and the Burger King and all the other food places, this is where you will find the I think we got.
What's he driving? It's an EV. What EV is that? Uh-oh. There it is without a cover on it. Baby, why you hit me with a lid? Oh, it's open. I love seeing open supercharger pedestals and cabinets. And then back here, as I had always suspected, and as we saw with the Tesla megachargers, that the cabinet for the V3 superchargers is the same cabinet-ish for the V4s and the megachargers, except that instead of breaking it into 4 separate lanes, they have one per stall. It's because each of the lanes is 250 kilowatts. 250 kilowatts times 4 is 1 megawatt. So if you're going to do megawatt to the stall, you'll need 1 cabinet per stall. Yeah, I don't have to. There's a lot of equipment in there. And yeah, they are very tall. Look at all those people standing around it.
The truth is, I don't even dare to go out of my car because I don't want them to see me. But yeah,
Drone army is everywhere.
obvious what is happening here in Harderwijk, the Netherlands.
Harderwijk.
So what is very interesting,
16
it
V4
seems-
stalls. That's incredible. Does he get closer? Oh. He gets a clearer view. All right. So it looks like all the stuff that was in the base of the previous set of stalls is kind of more to the top of this one. It doesn't have oh, the cable is installed there. Yeah, the cable is definitely much longer than the cable on the V3s. Look at that. So this may solve our problem with everybody else's charging locations. Excuse me, assuming they can get close enough to the stalls. And if they are rotated so that you can park next to them rather than flat. Then, oh, so they're parallel to your parking direction than perpendicular. I think that they've got it solved. Incredible. Just get this one ready. So apparently, hydrogen wasn't the only thing that that Elon changed his mind about on some level. They also changed their mind on bidirectional charging. He still poo-pooed it. Just like he poo-pooed hydrogen, but by 2025, Tesla will be adding bidirectional charging capability. One of the most lauded features of electric vehicles is bidirectional charging, which allows the car to function as a huge mobile power bank. Tesla's about to get in on the action as they revealed the feature would come in 2025 at Investor Day. So Elon's always said, "Oh well, if you take your car, then your house has no power if you do that." most of the time, if you've taken the car in a power outage, you've taken the whole family. If you want, you can require us to have one power wall, so that way the house will still be operational until the car gets back. And even better, so the house will be operational while you're evacuated. The AC can keep running, the alarm can stay on, etc., etc. The whole argument of I'm taking the 80 kilowatt hour battery pack away is a bad argument. Elon does this sometimes, like with the alternate routes and several other things that we've asked for as a community that they gave us. He doesn't see the utility or the fun factor. He thinks that nobody needs it. It's annoying. And here, that old adage that if a guy's paycheck depends on not understanding something, then you'll never make him understand, could apply. Because right now, the Powerwall is still over $10,000. When they first came out, they were $5,000 or $7,000, and now you can only get them with solar, unless you get them from a third-party installer. So another reason for him to say that is, I guess it comes off as self-serving for him to say it that way, I should say. And yes, it would suck if the family's at home and you go out to get provisions after the hurricane or tornado or whatever, and then the house goes dark. But it's not going to be long, 3 hours or so. Why do I assume that a 5-minute trip to the store is going to take 3 hours? Things slow down a bit when there's no infrastructure. So the senior vice president of powertrain and engineering, Drew Baglino, revealed that the feature roadmap during QA session. He also explained that the feature had been missing because it wasn't a priority then. Baglino said that it's currently redesigning its power electronics and will add bidirectional charging functionality in the next 2 years. I certainly hope that we see it on Cybertruck. Baby, you're pulling my microphone. Let go. That was almost expensive. Hopefully we see it natively in the Cybertruck, but the worst case is we can do like Sergio talked about, plug into the ports in the bed and the frunk. Hopefully we don't need to plug into them. We just use the charge port. Would make the most sense. The Powerwalls are lithium. Right now they're lithium, they're NMC, nickel metal cobalt, and they are switching all of Tesla's stationary storage to lithium iron phosphate. So pretty soon they won't be so fancy and they'll be cheaper. I love it, Bennett. Things slow down a little bit when there's no charging infrastructure. Campaign slogan for some anti-EV folks in Mississippi. Shoot, if I ran to Mississippi, I could use that as my slogan. Things slow down a little bit when there's no infrastructure. Vote for me. We'll build you some infrastructure. But that would mean I'd have to live and move to Mississippi. It's a little warm and steamy there. Musk, however, doesn't expect users to embrace the feature. I don't think very many people are going to use bidirectional charging unless you have a power wall. Because if you unplug your car, your house goes dark. This is extremely inconvenient. Yes, it is. But what are you going to do? It's an emergency feature that you'd be using it, and the grid would be down. And like I said, one power wall. That's all you need. And then you got a buffer. And then when when you're home and the sun is up, you can sync it to the car. Power goes out, you can drain the power wall, pull it back from the car. Back then, I agreed with his boss, saying that most of the value comes in charging the car at the right time. Yes, that's true. It's not really about sending energy the other way. Normally, no, but when you want it or need it, it's nice to not be able to say, hey, I've got 100 kilowatt hours. In fact, mine's down to 97 kilowatt hours. It was 102 when I bought it. So I've got 97 kilowatt hours, of which 90.2 is usable, sitting in the driveway. Why can't I do anything with it? And by the way, the sun is shining, so why can't I just top it back off? Anyway, Musk conceded that the feature could be supplementary energy source for Powerwall owners. Okay, there we go. Bidirectional charging comes in several forms, including vehicle to load, vehicle to vehicle, and vehicle to home, as well as vehicle to grid. And I don't think that last one is what most people are worried about, unless the utilities pay handsomely. Because are you going to want to take life off your battery for pennies? No. Like I said, mine has had in 5 years and 82,000 miles ish. It's got a 6% degradation. That would be way higher had I been using it for grid stabilization. But if I've been using it for vehicle to home, we might be at 8% degradation instead, because it wouldn't be a lot. It would just be a little fault. What are you throwing at me now, child? You want this? Here, you can have this. You speak in some language. Oh, that's a good one. I don't even know if I have it on the list. Or we might have talked about it last week. No, 6 days ago. It's not on the list, and we didn't talk about it last week. It was great to see Elon acquiescing to his team on the issue. That bodes well for the future, as it's looking more like decisions made by team, which consists of every branch, not just Elon and Fiat. As a retail investor, it makes my decade. Glad I bought a new pair of Wayfarers. All right, let's look at this real quick. Interesting that opened in a new window, even though it's their site. Tesla launched a CCS adapter retrofit for S and X, pushes back availability for 3 and Y to mid-2023. So on this, in the app where it said coming soon is now gone. And if you have an S and X, they are allegedly installing these things. I asked them if they can do it mobile, and they scheduled it, and then canceled my appointment. It said that, let me pull up the this spinning history, mobile service, messages. All right, so hi Kacey, thank you for scheduling with the Tesla mobile service team. I have your visit all set. If anything further is added 72 hours prior to appointment, it will result in a reschedule. Review the service address for this appointment and in the app and update the app if needed. And then on February 28th, hi Kacey, this is blank from the Tesla service department. Thank you for requesting an appointment with us. We are currently working to move parts into your region to address the recent retrofit for CCS adapter. Due to this, we will need to close out this appointment and request for now. We will proactively reach out to get you back on the schedule in the near future. We really appreciate your patience and understanding in the meantime. I hope you have a great day. So I told them what the next service address will be, because by the time anything moves at Tesla speed, they will. I'll be back at my house instead of in hotel. So let's see what their update is for this. I wonder if their update is that other people got the same message I got. And then, of course, they are willing to sell you one of their third-party ones. But see, the reason I can't get a third-party one is that my car doesn't know how to talk CCS yet. I need a new chip for that. Exactly, Bennett. Yeah, then I'd have to live in Mississippi. I'm not really feeling that right now. All right, so we finally have price, release date, and oh yeah, the other thing is that the adapter price went down. So now you're really just paying for the new price of the adapter and the service, which comes with one adapter. For Model 3 and Y vehicles requiring retrofit, please check back in mid-2023 for availability. Are you going to purchase the retrofit for $615 in Canada or $450 in the US? Let us know in the comments below. I think it makes sense. As we talked about with Sergio, sometimes it's cheaper on the other networks. And with Tesla having protection against the charger being stupid, I don't have to worry about being stranded by the charger. Previous version of this article stated the price did not include an adapter. This has been updated. We've also updated the article to reflect that S and X owners can now schedule a retrofit appointment. Apologize for any confusion this may have caused. Oh, I'm ringing. Okay. If your 3 or Y is 2021 or newer, it's a 10-minute board swap that you can do over the counter. Did mine last summer. That's another good point. But not for us legacy owners. Scheduled my appointment to do the Model X 75D in 2017. Should be tomorrow. Service center here in Ottawa canceled the appointment saying it's not available. I asked them to escalate since Canada website says it's available. But you know what? I need to try that. What if I just buy it from the website? All right, there we go. Okay, you have a phone call coming in. All right, so now we'll switch over to more lithium. All right, so Tesla lithium refinery details, job posts, costs, and more. And this is what Elon and crew were saying, is that the money is going to be in refineries, not necessarily in okay, Chloe, please. The money's gonna be in the refineries rather than in the mining of lithium, because lithium is so common in Earth and even more so in the universe. All right, so let's move on to the next article. All right, so Polestar has cut their losses in half from 2022. That's good, because right now what we're seeing is all these new companies are in their what do they call it? What do he call the ramp from hell? And so now that they are ramping, they are able to slowly build up their efficiencies and proficiencies to hopefully stay in business. All right, let's go back to the browser and open up some new articles. Here, this to the Mac. And share this with you guys. And then we'll talk a little more about the Gigafactory in Mexico, since there's an article on it. And that in due time. We're going to do this one as well. All right, so close the old one. Yeah, like I said, normally these things would all be in my document, and I just click them and pull them up, but we had a very interesting morning. So Kia teases their upcoming EV9 with 2 new videos. And this is basically going to be the electric Kia Telluride. And let's see what they've shown here. And mute the music. Look at that. I mean, I think this is going to sell well. It's rugged looking. It's not a bad look. Let's look at this other video. Let's use it with lights. All right, so it's got a little bit of that coolness from the Ioniq 5. little bit of that digital retro futurism. And we'll see more in late March. Like I say, electrify all the things. So now we've got some more news about the Gigafactory in Mexico. They're going to build it in just 9 months while building another Gigafactory at the same time, according to Tom Zhu. And so this was our render of the Gigafactory Mexico when it's up and running. And then we also saw one of the members of the drone army managed to find this exact location on a map, a Google map. They got the same angle. They showed us that the picture of the mountain is real and the dual lane highway is true. And then we'll see what becomes of it. So Tesla surprised almost nobody by taking a money pit in China, or surprised almost everybody by taking a money pit in China from December of 18 in just 11 months and rolling cars off of the production line before the end of 2019. One of the leading forces of that was Tom Zhu, who talked about the gig in Mexico with us. All right, so Tom Zhu oversees U.S. assembly and sales operations in America and Europe, told the governor of Nuevo Leon, where Giga Mexico will be built, that he wants to break Giga Shanghai's record of 9 months from start of construction to first deliveries.
Tiempos, pues obviamente el Estado es un facilitador. La construcción va a depender de ellos. Ayer que hablé con el jefe de construcción, Tom se llama, él ha estado viniendo a Nuevo León desde noviembre. Él me decía que cuando construyó Shanghai tardaron 9 meses.
Sí.
Y que la de Nuevo León quería volver a romper el récord. Entonces, si le atinan y a esas vamos, podríamos hablar de que la planta más grande del mundo, no solamente de Tesla.
Hi, how are you, babies? Oh, you did? Is that why you were fussy? You had a full load? She was wearing her Tesla Zero Emissions almost when she started the show, and now she's changed. You made such a mess you had to change your clothes. Oh, eating good in the neighborhood. Okay. So yeah, it's talking from the same guy that we just read. Oh yeah. What is this? This is butt paste. You've got butt paste. All right, so the CRTC approves Tesla's Canadian communications license application. So why does Tesla need a communications license application and not Starlink? Are they going to enable hotspot in the car? Get off my pizza. Sneaky, sneaky. It'd be one thing if she'd eat it, but she's going to take it, look at it, and throw it on the floor. I'm still hungry. Canadian Radio, Television, and Telecommunications Commission has approved Tesla's application for basic international telecommunication services, the BITS license. The approval was posted on February 28th and signed by the Secretary General Claude Doucet, with the license issued for a period of 10 years. What are you looking at? More what? All right, bye. Where are you going? You waving at mommy? You can't jump. If you jump, you're gonna fall and cry. And she can cry. No reason to make her cry. Right, so what are they going to do with this? Tesla did not go into further details in the application about when these operations will go live in Canada. Tesla noted they do not own, nor do they intend to own, transmission facilities in Canada. So any hopes of a Tesla Mobile have been dashed. What are they going to do with this? Do they need that to broadcast from the supercharger Starlink dishes to the car? The negative interventions refer to Tesla as a meme of company. Tesla as a megalomaniac billionaire. Not sure what they're doing here. Tesla applied for the license in September, but the government processes mean that the public comments wrapped up in early December. And after considering these interventions, the Secretary General issued the license today. Okay, so those people were calling Tesla a meme of company, and they were calling Elon a megalomaniac billionaire. Both of those may also be true, but that's not their primary operation. They approved the application, and a BITS license for 10 years is enclosed. The approval reads. Bennett says the retrofit's worth it. Your route may be closest to a non-Tesla charger at some point. Like right now, like had we had the ability to use CCS, I could have used something other than the supercharger this morning. Although, with this being our base for a little while, I can just use my 80 amp at home. But as you said, in my travels, CCS could be 5 miles out, and a supercharger could be 70 miles out. Old money hates new money. Talked about Gig of Mexico. This one was cool. I'll send that to the Mac. And then this one was informative, so we'll send that to the Mac as well. And of course, they're opening in the wrong window. Because why wouldn't they? Now the browser's mad at me. We'll wait for it to load. We'll switch tabs. Close the old one. We notice you're visiting from France. We've updated the prices to euro for your shopping convenience. Use Canadian dollars instead. How would you catch me in France? My server's in New Jersey, and I'm in Charleston. Nowhere close to France. Let's use Canadian dollars instead. Ooh. Let's use US dollars instead. There we go. So Tesla's produced its 4 millionth car at Giga Texas. This was announced at Battery Day, and is very important because when you look at how long it took them to get the first 3 million cars, it's incredible. I think that's 4 millionth car, period, and it came from Giga Texas. And they announced that during the show. They said that, hey, this happened while you were taking the tour, so you probably saw it getting built, referring to the people who were there on the tour. And I think that's really cool. So the first million took them 12 years. The fourth million took them 7 months from, I guess, the third million. And Tom Zhu announced that. We produced our 4 millionth vehicle at Giga Texas today. Video. So, how long until the 6 millionth vehicle, David? And where will it be made? All right, so everybody tell me in the chat, and I'll write it down and send it to Mark for our tracking. When will they reach 5 million? and what factory will make it. Pop it in the chat. And if you're watching on replay, put it in the comments and I'll do the same thing. Yes, sweetie. Oh, you're beating on the chair? I thought you were trying to get my attention. Sit, top, top, top. That would be amazing if it could be done at Giga Mexico. However, if it only took them 7 months to get to 4 million from 3 million, it's going to take them less time to get from 4 million to 5 million. And they said it'll be 9 months for them to make a vehicle. So that tells us that it won't be at Giga Mexico and it won't be at Giga Buffalo. That's not to say that Giga Buffalo can't build a car. But presently, Giga Buffalo doesn't have the stuff to make a whole car. So it's not a good guess to say that anything's coming out of there as a whole car. All right, so while you guys think of that, I'm going to move on and share this. So during Investor Day, Tesla shared the FSD beta collision data for the first time. It's 5 times safer than human drivers. So we're looking at miles driven per 1 collision. It stands at, for vehicles using FSD beta, was 3.2 million miles per 1 collision versus 500,000 for the US average. That's incredible. That is incredible. When a car is involved in, they say accident, a crash, it generates a lot of interest, especially if any driver assist features like autopilot or full self-driving beta are engaged. However, despite the amount of negative press such incidents generate, Tesla cars are actually safer when FSD beta is activated, according to data revealed by the company in its 2023 Investor Day report. Let's see. 1 collision every 3.2 million miles in the last 12 months. These are collisions where an airbag deployed. In comparison, the average American driver had 1 collision every 600,000 miles driven on the road. That means you're more than 5 times less likely to have an accident when you use FSD beta. FSD beta is available to about 400,000 customers, blah, blah. That's a pause the rollout for the recall, blah, blah, blah. And so Tesla tweets, enabling autonomy will increase the utilization rate of our vehicles, which means more people have access to EVs. FSD beta has been released to nearly all customers in the US and Canada who bought FSD, which is approximately 400,000. In the last 12 months, a Tesla with FSD beta engaged experienced an airbag deployed crash about 3.2 million miles, which is 5 times safer than about 5 times safer than the most recently available US average of 0.6 million miles for a police reported crash. And I noticed right here, the way they've phrased this is an FSD beta engaged vehicle experienced an airbag deployed crash every 3.2 million miles. So this means that FSD was driving, which means that we've now had our first couple FSD airbag crashes, at least one to get to the 3.2 million miles. I think the goal should be at least 10 times safer than the safest 99th percentile human drivers. Is that a high bar? Sure. But I don't think we need to dream small with this kind of stuff. Agreed. Let's see what Mark says. Love to see the comparison against similar cars on similar roads, not just US average. Ideally, the comparison would be identical cars with and without FSD active. They've given that during their safety reports about how many crashes you have on auto steer or cruise control and how many crashes you have on manual. And then they compare it again to everything. But this is the first time we've seen them say it with FSD. Comparing newer cars versus older, expensive versus cheap is not a good data. I would give you that on the fire data, but I wouldn't give you that on crashes because whether it's a cheap car or expensive car doesn't mean that the driver drives any better just because they're in Tesla. And again, even though you've got the FSD safety features on every Tesla, that's a comparison they already do. So I don't think it's apples and oranges here, because the human driver is a human driver no matter what the car is. And then for his pleasure, they did break out what about a similar or identical car. All right, so Tesla shares a look at first look at wireless induction charger and charging mat. So one of their slides, don't forget to cool-ish, and they showed off the Tesla diner, but they also had on the same frame, they had what looks like a Tesla charging equipment, yes, but then the wire goes down to a mat that the car is parked over, and that mat seems to imply Tesla inductive charging. It could be bidirectional, but I don't think so. Unless that's why it's going to take till 2025. So let's see. Shortly after, Rebecca Tanucci, Senior Director of Charging Infrastructure for Tesla, took to the stage to talk about Tesla superchargers and other aspects of Tesla's infrastructure development. One of the slides was about the company that also likes to do cool-ish. The majority of the slide included a render of the upcoming drive-in Hollywood Supercharger Station and Diner. However, on the right side, there was another image of a Model S Plaid parked in a garage with an interesting-looking wall connector. The wall connector in the image is significantly larger than the current version available on Tesla's shop. And while that alone is interesting, what is under the car that's much more significant. A wireless induction charging mat. I also think that means that this won't be a glass cover like we've seen on the Gen 3s. It'll probably be more metal to plastic like we saw on the Gen 1s and 2s. She made no mention of the Model S and its unique wall connector. However, Drive Tesla can confirm that the system is a wireless induction charger. Last year, we received information from one of our sources on Project Garfield, a project focused on the development of wireless vehicle charging. We don't have any details on when this charger will be released, but with Tesla showing it in their presentation today, it could be close to launching. I like that it doesn't require embedding in the pavement. I mean, it might be worth looking into. But the other thing to look at with a wireless charger is, yeah, it saves you the hassle of plugging in. They typically are not as efficient because wireless transmission of power uses and wastes some energy as heat. For Tesla to get into it, though, you would think they had some sort of breakthrough on the efficiency, and they do use it for phone charging in the cars. A wireless charger system would be more convenient for owners, as you would no longer need to remember to plug in your car, and there are drawbacks. Just like wireless charging for your mobile phone is less powerful than plugging in a device, and it'll be the same for Tesla's wireless charger. Majority of the time, this will not be an issue, as most vehicle owners charge their cars overnight. There'll also be a critical charging system for when Tesla launches its robotaxi fleet, allowing your car to automatically charge when it returns home. And if they can wirelessly supercharge, I doubt, then that'll make robotaxis even easier. But the robotaxis might just depot charge at night, and then as they're ready, they go back out. Why do I say that? Look at the Boring Company Teslas. They do 100% charge per day. They start out at 100. They go back to the depot. They charge to 100. Next, we've got this one. This one I didn't read or even skim, so bear with me. Another recall coming up as the next article. We got an extension of our Ford article coming up. And I think we talked enough about the Magic Dock. That article doesn't really add anything. We've got another copy of the Rivian recall, I think. Let's pause there. I opened 2 articles, but I guess I tossed one. Oh well, sorry. I closed the tab, so it's going. All right, so Tesla China confirms the Model Y comfort suspension has been added to Giga Shanghai's production lines. And this is not an air suspension, is what I do know. All right, good to see you, David. We'll see you next time. Last year, the updated suspension of the Model Y in North America, they called it the setup as comfort suspension. And now China has it as well. See, they've got some new details. According to the automaker's Weibo account, all Model Ys built at Shanghai since January 1 feature the upgraded suspension. We already knew this to be the case since Model Ys delivered in Australia this month have already been confirmed to have comfort suspension. But until now, we didn't have a definitive date, which was January 1st. We also didn't know what makes it different from the original suspension. We learned that the new suspension from CEO Elon explained in October that improved comfort without affecting handling. In an email sent later to employees, it's further explained that it provided improved ride comfort and reduced road harshness while maintaining steering and handling precision characteristic of Tesla vehicles. Tesla China adds, yes. You having fun? Good. Tesla China adds that the top support stiffness of the shock absorber has been 50% better than before, so it's increased, thereby reducing how much you feel bumps on the road, allowing for more stable ride at high speeds. In addition, spring stiffness has been reduced by 2 newtons per millimeter, or 2 newtons per millimeter over, or to 5 newtons per millimeter, which again reduces the impact of bumps and makes the ride more comfortable. The vibration frequency has also been improved to stay further away from the 4 to 5 hertz at range, a range which the human body is prone to resonate at. Oh, so they don't jiggle you at a body where your body jiggles. There's been no information released if Tesla will offer retrofit to upgrade comfort suspension to existing Model Y owners. I'd say probably not, although they might offer it as replacement parts for crashes. And then you can read the translated post from China below. And then, like I said, there's a recall. Oh, I didn't get the recall at all. Good thing I didn't close this last one. Let me bring it up here. It was from a different source than Drive Tesla, but Drive Tesla's got it. Model Y. We'll talk about. So we talked about Ford expanding their EV construction, and by 2030, the output is expected to increase nearly 20 times compared to 2021 for everybody for EV battery manufacturing. Department of Energy's Vehicle Technology Office reports that roughly 10 years between 2021 and 2030, the battery manufacturing capability will reach nearly 20 times. And when we saw the different energy department was reporting that the price of batteries had dropped 10x from 2008 to 2022. We talked about that in another show. So North America's battery manufacturing capacity in 2021 was about 55 gigawatt hours per year, and has been pretty flat since 2018 at 51 gigawatt hours per year when Tesla launched Giga Nevada. But by 2030, we'll be at 1,000 gigawatt hours per year, so 1 terawatt hour per year. Not bad. The locations are as shown. Got a bunch of them in Mexico, and an equal bunch of them in the US. So the battery plant capacity in 2030, and then gigawatt hours per year. So even though there's a lot of plants in Mexico, they're not going to be making many of them. Except for these two are undisclosed. Surprised California will be higher than Nevada. Oh, I see why. The dots are vehicle assembly locations, not battery. That makes more sense now. So Georgia and Kentucky are going to be kicking it. Good point, Bennett. Not a super fanboy here, but the Tesla alone plans on 20x by 2021 numbers. 20x of 2021 numbers by 2030. So what are the other folks' plans? Oh, so then the next question is, how much of this is not Tesla? You have a good point. Well, there's New York at less than 4. And then California is darker than Nevada. Texas is kind of light. Why are you just pushing up my screen, baby? And then Georgia we knew about. South Carolina lost theirs because it was Virginia lost theirs because of politics to Michigan, which is dark. Capacities of some factories were estimates based on their investments and numbers of vehicles they serve. So they might not have even counted Tesla, thinking that they're a joke still, like everybody else still does for whatever reason. Let's see what the comments say about that. "800 gigawatt hours in 2025 must be some sort of purely theoretical nameplate capacity. I'll be pleasantly surprised if actual production exceeds 200 gigawatt hours that year." Why? The Gigafactory in Nevada should be completed by then, based on their speeds of Gigafactory productions. Bennett says you have to factor in Hummer deliveries. Make sure those are in there. Yes. Dark Brandon strikes again, bringing back from China the good-paying jobs of the future with 0 votes from Republicans, of course. That's what real and effective industrial policy looks like compared to the former seditionist, ineffective trade wars are fun and easy BS masquerading as policy. Yeah. Former and ongoing seditionist, like his entire side of illogical spectrum, starts from the premise that Chinese people are inferior to us as humans. So that's true. A lot of them do say that. Therefore, all Chinese economic successes must be due to cheating. Thus, he literally saw trade war as punishment for their crimes, not a crisis that required America and its billionaires to act as billionaires like him to replace a wide range of practices. We would punish them until they stop being better at us at making stuff. Maybe. Somehow Nevada and Texas are not dark blue, as Bennett was saying. That tells me they're not counting Tesla's planned 100 gigawatt hours plus facilities capacities for each gigafactory by 2025. So I wonder then, could this be because Tesla isn't getting much in the way of government subsidies from these things, and they're paying cash rather than getting loans or issuing stock for it? Could it be that since they haven't paid the money yet, since it's already in their bank account, that it's not seen as having been invested yet? I mean, they're pretty well invested. They'd have to do some serious walking back to be able to take that back from the shareholders without incurring another lawsuit. These numbers will continue to increase each year, and we should have well over a terawatt hour, probably closer to 2 terawatt hours by 2030, to account for 90% BEV sales and massive increases in grid energy storage. Yes. So I wonder if any of those are not counting Tesla's grid storage, or like he said, if they're not counting Tesla at all. If they're not counting Tesla at all, then we should expect to see 3 terawatt hours by 2030, according to that same chart. This heavily depends on whether Thacker Pass and Salton Sea lithium operations can scale up the same schedule as battery facilities. These North American lithium producers will be crucial, and my expectation is the ramp up will be slower than expected. That said, it's inevitable, but these factories will eventually turn out huge amounts of lithium. It's a question of when, not if. It will be very easy to pull in the same grade of lithium and style, like if it's in salts or carbonites or whatever. Even if our facilities that he mentions are not ready yet, and then to just kind of slipstream in the local production to replace them if they're not ready yet. I think that's not as big a concern as this guy thinks it is. Seriously didn't expect much from him. I thought he, Sanders, and Trump were all too old to run. But Joe's really delivered on clean energy policy with the IRA and other moves. Yeah, I didn't expect much out of him, and he's done better than I expected. Not all that I wanted. I didn't pick him at first, but wasn't picking the other guy. Can't wait for prices to come down from all this production. Economies of scale. Sarcasm. They can, but will the other makers do it without somebody doing it first? I hope there's a healthy choice of plug-in hybrids. All three of my vehicles are plug-in electric vehicles, 2 plug-in hybrids and 1 BEV. At least one will be plug-in hybrid for some time. BEV simply don't work for me on some of my road trips. It's understandable. Like I said, I'm not punishing or laughing at or criticizing the people who need them or buy them. I'm criticizing the manufacturers that haven't moved away from them because they don't have capabilities. All right, so I mentioned a Rivian recall. Here it is. The Rivian R1T and R1S has recalls of 1,716 vehicles over possible seatbelt and airbag issues. Seatbelt could be software or hardware. Let's take a look. The airbag is usually software, except for like the one that affected the whole industry a couple years ago, the Katana. Fresh off a disappointing Q4 and full year, Rivian has more bad news today. They issued a voluntary recall for the R1T and R1S over possible issue with the front passenger seat belt system as a result of their airbag deployment. The recall is one that requires a service visit and cannot be done OTA because it's physical. According to a copy of the notice posted to NHTSA, the website, the issue affects 12,716 vehicles built between September 10th of 2021 at the very start of production for Rivian and September 15th of 2022. Rivian explains that seatbelt sensors are dimensionally out of tolerance. So the sensors are in the wrong place. And maybe the wrong size. In these vehicles, which may present an automatic locking retractor from working as it's supposed to, resulting in a possible error for the front passenger seat, which may incorrectly display as on when it is actually off. That is incredibly dangerous. If you think the airbag is on and it's not. So good on them for making a recall and fixing it. Curious how you get a dimensionally out of place sensor. If this occurs, airbag deployment could be affected. Yeah. Leading to higher risk of injury in a crash, and Rivian says they're not aware of any accidents or injuries related to the issue. It's even better. They can fix it before anybody gets hurt. If a passenger is seated in the front passenger seat and the ALR is reporting is on incorrectly, the passenger airbag may not deploy as intended. In the event of a crash, which is supposed to deploy the front airbag, the passenger occupant may have an increased risk of injury due to reduced deployment or lack of deployment. And then here's a copy of the recall. So if you have an R1 vehicle that was built between those dates, check it out. Tesla was approved to import and sell cars in Malaysia. Ford patents a system for autonomous vehicle repossession. That was one that came up this week. Let's pop that up on screen. Why does it keep going to the wrong screen? Like I wasn't doing anything on that screen. Like at all. So there have been viral videos and memes of Teslas driving themselves back to the automaker if the owner forgets to make their car payments. However, it is Ford that is seeking to patent a system that will make the legendary Repo Man redundant. The system allows the vehicle to repossess itself if the owner fails to pay. It may enable the car to drive away. It's incredible. And not in a good way. According to the documentation, the semi-autonomous vehicles can drive themselves away to a place where they can be easily towed. However, cars with more advanced self-driving can just return to the lending company or repo lot on their own. So whatever Ford calls their version of GM's Ultra Cruise or Tesla's FSD robotaxi. The system, however, has built-in mechanisms for warning the owner before the car dramatically drives away. This involves a series of messages from the owner on outstanding payments. However, Ford makes allowances for being hospitalized, out of the country, or in financial hardship, in which case the car owner can work out a deal with the lender. So, police authority, medical facility, repossession agency, lending institution. I guess the repo man initiates it and the car drives off because you'd have to be somewhere to pick it up. There are also workarounds for vehicles without autonomous tech. The patent addresses cases where the car is parked in a way that makes driving or being towed away impossible, such as when parked inside a locked garage. Ooh, I wonder if they would make the car open your garage door for you like Tesla does. In such cases, Ford plans to disable some functions, starting with convenience features like air conditioning. That's not safe in some places, like here in the South. In today's climate, a car built to use air conditioning isn't designed to have the correct amount of cross breeze and such that they can be run without cruise control. Like my Model X, when the air conditioner went out, it was pushing, even with the temperatures outside the car not being there, it was pushing 90, 100 plus with the windows down, the seat fans going inside the cabin when the air conditioner was down. It's got that helicopter window and it's black paint, so that's not helping. But somebody's gonna get hurt with this. Cruise control, okay, you don't need that. Power seats, you can't manually adjust the power seat. So if somebody tries to drive a car in the wrong seating position, that's dangerous. The car might also try to frustrate the owner by playing irritating and incessant sounds through the audio system. That's also dangerous because now if somebody's annoyed, they are distracted. This is a bad idea, Ford. Just don't let the car start. Just like they currently, like, we didn't do many of these at the places I sold cars at, but there were systems for people with really bad credit where you could have an interlock where the car just wouldn't start if their payments weren't made. Similar to what you have for people who had drunk driving problems. They have to blow into an interlock, and if they don't test clean, the car won't start. I don't know. This is like some Black Mirror stuff right here. Bennett says Tesla service definitely parked my car outside for pickup and didn't disable it. While I debated a charge, they eventually zeroed out. They could have bricked it for sure. Yeah, they could have. But if they're smart and it was really that big a deal, they would then sue you over it rather than risk your life with the car doing some foolishness. Yeah, semis are run without AC. And when it breaks, they ask the driver to deal with that hot box. Really dangerous to have AC for, not to have AC for much of the US. Yeah, absolutely. And like I've got a portable AC unit that I could use for something as the size of a car cabin, but I mean, it's like houses today are not built, other than passive houses, are not built to handle not having air conditioning today. They don't have cross breeze. They don't have proper ventilation for it. They are designed to be closed up with the AC running all the time. So let's get off of Ford and foolishness. We got some more pictures of the Cybertruck. The Cyberman. Yeah, the Cyberman. For those of you that watch Dragon Ball Z. All right, it didn't close. I'm still looking at the old article. You guys are looking at the new article. Well, since it's still doing that, let me go over here. Skip that. Stellantis has announced a $155 million EV investment in 3 Indiana plants. That's all I need to say about that. Talked about Ford. Talked about the China case. Oh. All right, so Tesla Model Y refresh, codenamed Juniper, is under development. We don't know much about it, but with that is just a case of it's the Model Y version of Project Highland. And let's talk about the Postal Service. Let's open this in a new tab on the Mac in the wrong window, because why not open it in the correct window? Come on, Microsoft, Apple. Apple knows best, right? All right, so the Tesla Cybertruck goes on sale at goes on display at Investor Day, and new details have emerged. All right, so we talked about the tonneau, the bed liner, and there's the in-bed trunk, and I think that might be the axle line right there. This is likely the power plugs, likely, but not necessarily. I like it, Bennett. They won't call the Model Y Highland because there can only be one. A Highlander joke. It does still look like they've included the ramp functionality in the tailgate. I like the way they've got the door trim for Cybertruck. It's got the Cybertruck logo there. And although the front was not open, the body lines on the front make it look like the entire front end, including the headlights, will open, providing a massive opening for the front, similar to the F-150 Lightning. And they say headlights, but they really mean the daytime running light bar. And see how this seam, this gap, goes all the way down the side of the truck, and not at the light bar. So it does look indeed like the whole front of the vehicle will lift up, which I like the F-150 style versus the current style. Then we talked about the wheel and the screens and the folding seats. And then I mentioned the cameras. They see there's 3 of them and not just 2, like we saw on the China leak. And then there's also a bumper camera in the front. Let's go back to that rear view and see if we can see any cameras under the tonneau. Nope, it's open too far. Trying to get the view back. I was hoping that we could see underneath, see the cameras, but I don't think he's going to go there. Nope. That's fine. All right, just post this on Tesla Daily. Your thoughts. Okay, before the reveal, I'm going to call it. The vault no longer rolls down into the underbody, and they've run it right off into the roof. Oh. But if they do it into the roof, that means that when the vault is open, you don't have a skylight. No bending, far less parts and complexity. And if it comes equipped as a solar canopy, you can operate all the time. Oh, so if it, yeah, as long as that wavelength isn't filtered by the glass, you want to wear your headphones? Fine. So you took them out of the box. You must really want these headphones. Here, let's put them on. She takes them off. She doesn't like things on her head. So yeah, if that wavelength of light isn't filtered out by the glass, then and it is a solar tonneau, that would work. Whether it's retracted or extended. I wish the shot could be seen from the inside looking up. I bet you can't see through the roof glass when the vault is open. That's a possibility. Take a look at the close-up of the front windshield. See the material extension above the sun visors where the upper light bar used to be. I'm certain that's the edge of the tonneau cover. And if that is correct, then the midgate can drop. Holy crap, I assume my theory is correct. I sure hope my little theory is correct. All right, so front where the light bar used to be, right there. We just need the one with the cameras to see that, I think. You know what? That's a possibility. The tonneau cover could fit in the headliner. Because there's the sun visors. And what is this above them? Because remember the sun visors used to be like on my Model X, where they tucked in the A pillar and it swung out. Now they're like every other Tesla, except the Semi, which has the mega visor. All right. I don't even see the one where. Well, we couldn't see inside that one anyway. He might be onto something. I mean, there could be a. Well, you wouldn't see the track all the way this way up, but yeah, all those shots were low except for the one at the cameras. He could be onto something. It's an interesting theory. All right, let's move on. So, the Ford has won the U.S. Postal Service contract to supply 9250 e-transits as electric mail trucks. Because, Workhorse kind of has had a little liquidity problem. So part of the IRA is passed with $3 billion in funding, especially specifically for the USPS electrification. As of December 2022, the plan stands at buying 100% trucks by 2026 and 75% from now until then. With this, the question was which vehicles would be purchased. Who are you waving to? Just waving to somebody. It's like this. Are you waving to the audience? USPS is the government's largest fleet of about 225,000 vehicles, which Biden promised to electrify days after becoming president. This will be interesting to watch. The Ford Transit, as we talked about, is one of those vans that has like less than 100-mile range. I don't think it's less than 100 miles range in the US. I think it's like right around like 110 or something. It's not something that regular people would want to buy, but if you have a fixed route or anything like that, it makes sense. Waymo has joined the 1 million test mile club and expands driverless rides to Los Angeles. That's not EV news. South Korea's L&F signs a $2.9 billion contract to supply high nickel cathode materials to Tesla. And we talked about Tesla opening the Supercharger network. And on Investor Day, Tesla brought Midnight Cherry Red and Quicksilver Model Ys to Giga Texas. But as Tom said, it ain't going to happen. It's impossible right now. Kind of a tease, isn't it? Rivian posted a $6.75 billion net loss in 2022 and sets production guidance at 50,000 vehicles for 2023. Let's see. Tesla Model Y teardown forces Toyota to see an inconvenient truth. I think we talked about this last week. When was this reported? February 28th? We might not have. I know we talked about it on the Tesla Life show, and we mentioned it on What Drives Us. Let's go to the quotes. Beneath the Model Y's rather unassuming exterior was a car that can be described as a massively simplistic vehicle structure built with advanced manufacturing prowess. Let's see. Toyota executive who looked at the Model Y components reportedly noted the vehicle was nothing short of a work of art. Taking the skin off Model Y, it truly was a work of art. It's unbelievable, the executive said. Let's see. Toyota executive described Tesla's approach of the Model Y as a whole different manufacturing philosophy. Another executive noted that Toyota needs at this point is something different from what veteran automakers have been doing so far. We need a new platform designed as a blank sheet EV, said the executive. That's big. Doesn't mean that Toyota's going to stop being what they've been lately. We'll see what the new guy does in April. This is big. Japanese auto industry needs to fast forward from 2023 to 1960 and get cracking on Tesla copies. Yeah. No, I wouldn't write off Toyota, but they're going to have some hard time coming forward. They're very late to the party, but once they're committed, they tend to move fast. Realizing there's an existential threat to your model is a stronger incentive. I wish them well under the new guard. I mean, we'll see if they are able to pull it off. They have what it takes. Will they do it? Renewables will be the world's top electricity source in 3 years, according to IEA reports. Talk about Toyota in the work of art. SpaceX has launched V2 minis into orbit. So these are V2 satellites that fit inside the Falcon 9 fairing instead of the full-size V2s, which require Starlink to fit, and Starship to fit, and also got their 100th consecutive booster landing. Consecutive, because they did have to throw a couple away because of the Space Force and the Air Force requirements for so much power. V2 satellites launched on Falcon 9 are a bit smaller, so we affectionately refer to them as the V2 minis. But don't let the name fool you. A V2 mini satellite has 4 times the capacity of for serving users as compared to the earlier counterparts. An interesting change to the procedures. Latest SpaceX launch went into a deeper orbit. The deeper orbit will cut down the time for satellites to reach their final position. Well, there you go. And then Elon says the first V2 satellites reach orbit, and then see them fan out. Well, first we'll see us rotate around to the back of the second stage, and then we'll see the satellites fan out. Also, if it takes them less time to reach their correct orbit, they'll be less visible in the sky. So this could be part of their partnership with the astronomy folks, the astronomers, I should say. The next Starlink launch, 2-7, could happen today at Vandenberg in California. However, the launch could be delayed for Crew 6, I believe. It was. Crew 6 delayed for a little bit because of a issue with TTAP, which ignites the rocket. Moving on. Oops. I guess I'll close that too. All right, Tesla Model S and X makes Consumer Reports list of most unreliable EVs. But again, remember, as I said previously, Consumer Reports and Tesla are like oil and water, and the publication seems to be losing their objectivity regarding Tesla on many things. And not just like recently, this has been going on for about 10 years now. Look and see if there's anything revealing in it. So according to Consumer Reports, the top 10 most unreliable EVs, Hyundai Kona Electric, Bolt EUV, regular Bolt, Model X, Polestar 2, Jaguar I-Pace, Porsche Taycan, Tesla Model S, Audi e-tron, and the Rivian R1T at number 10. Talked about the nickel cathodes with South Korea. VinFast has abandoned battery subscription plans for North America. Let's put that up on screen. Share this tab instead. Close the one I was looking at. VinFast is continuing to make changes to their electric vehicle offerings, including that recall that they're going to do before the cars go on sale in the US. So that battery pack subscription that I kept saying, I don't know how that's going to work in North America, isn't even going to be offered in North America anymore. So the cars are going to get that much more expensive, but now you don't have to worry about what happens if you stop making battery payments. The VF8 and VF9 was marketed with a lower starting price because the battery wasn't included. A few months later, they revealed the cost of the battery subscription, going with fixed and flexible options tied to mileage limits, as low as $39 per month in Canada or $35 per month in the US, to as much as 199 CAD or 160 US. Then in September, they quietly increased the price of battery subscriptions to as much as 219 US dollars, while ditching the cheaper super flexible option. Now, in another change of heart, they've removed the subscription entirely. We received a tip yesterday that VinFast was about to make the change, so we've been keeping an eye on the website, and this morning it's been updated to list the price of the VF8 and VF9 as battery inclusive, but no mention of the price without the battery included. Like so. Yeah, interesting. And the page for the battery subscription pricing has also been updated. Instead of showing the different subscription options, the page now says simply for future availability. $258.9 per month, $349 per month. Was yesterday when the report went out, and then today when the report went out, it says future availability. Still doesn't mean that the cars are any better or that they'll do well here. Those reports that we read were damning, and I wish them well. But it doesn't look good. Especially being in the position they're already in, they lower the price to match Tesla and Ford and others. And it's really hard to be lowering prices before you even put the car on sale. Just saying that. All right. All right, talked about Gay Mexico. Rivian and Mini have topped the owner satisfaction survey with JD Power. Let's see, we've got the Mini Cooper Electric, Kia EV6, Ford Mustang Mach-E, Hyundai Ioniq 5, Volkswagen ID4, Kia Niro, in that order. Then you've got segment average. Then you've got Ford Lightning, Chevy Bolt EV, and Nissan Leaf. All right, let's go back and look at the trucks. For the not trucks. For the new owner experience ownership study, you've got the Rivian R1T, Tesla Model 3, segment average, Model Y, Audi e-tron, and Polestar 2. Fisker has confirmed that the Ocean EV deliveries will start in the spring, aiming to produce 40,000 units in 2023. Yes, sweetie. You have my watch charger. All right, Hyundai gives us a closer look at the EV-led 2024 Kona electric design. That's another one that's got it in the nose I forgot about. The Kona. This Kona doesn't look any different than the old one. Oh, that's why. Sleek design pink. Let's take a look. Oh, music, please. It doesn't look bad. Doesn't look that much different than the one that they showed over on the screen either. It does look better in the back than the old one. Oh, that was the new one they showed on that picture. It's you can tell it's a Kona. It looks so much like the old Konas. The interior doesn't look like it was from the 1990s anymore, though. All right, then. Keep that price low, and it'll sell well. I say it that way because the Kona Electric was a low-priced car to begin with. Also, if they can drop all the engine models, like just no hybrid, no plug-in hybrid, make it an electric platform with different ranges, it will help. Oh, this is new. Subaru takes a page from Toyota and appointing a new CEO to compete in the EV era. So Subaru, Toyota, Honda, I think Acura, or was it Lexus? Or was the guy at Toyota from Lexus? Either way. The Japanese are coming around. Bennett says that the subscription plan sounded bad for VinFast bottom line. It's if you're new, if you never your battery, never own your battery, and you always charge it like a rental, the LFP could be the only option I can see being that everyone would charge to 100. I agree, because like, if you're just going to turn it in, you're going to get a new one. Why baby it? I know I would charge 100 all the time. Well, for road trips, I'd probably still just charge till it got slow. But at home, I'd let it get to 100% all the time. I don't really do that with my phones. I only run them for about a year. I have them stop at 85%. But if it were easier to switch it between 85 and 100, I would get to 100 more often on the phone. All right, moving on. We talked about Fisker. We talked about Hyundai. Looked at Hyundai. Here's a fun video. Let's look at this one. So click in here to make sure it doesn't open the wrong window, and hope. There we go. Lee is asking, how much charge does the Mini Cooper do? That's a good question. It was low last time I looked. Let's look it up again. Mini EV range. 110 miles for the 2024, Lee. Oh, Mini. I'm gonna have to make fun of you like Mazda. 110 miles. Your first one did 80 miles in 2012. 2010? It was a long time ago. But the good thing is it fast charges to 80% in just 35 minutes. How does that car have a better rating than a dadgum Tesla? All right, so this is the video I was talking about. A Rivian R1T rescues a 38,000-pound semi that slid off the road. So we got photos. This semi's off the road. There's other people that stopped. Oh my. Where's the video? Ah, here it is. The whole video's here. Share tab instead. No comments on that article, so we'll close the article. And we'll wait on that. We'll go to the next article. The semi and sedan hit this layer of ice here. So we're going to put it on screen coming up. Pull the semi out. He doesn't have music unmuted.
Goes by, or the plow. Okay, so I'll go this way and then I'll kind of just go across. Ready?
Don't try this at home. It looks incredibly dangerous. And it's over your tow rating. You could avoid your warranty. Or you could slide off the road yourself.
I gotta go straight backwards. Okay.
It's a low day depending on where you go. Should be small enough. Yeah, that's true. But it won't be a full day of errands, that's for sure. So that diesel sound is the other guy who's offering help. Leave it. And then driving a yanking on the truck. And the truck is helping. It's in reverse. And there you go. Reminds me of when,
Oh my gosh, I hope that got it all.
reminds me of that time that Bjorn was helping that other person who ran off the side of the road, and he just kind of pulled the other person over the tree that was in the way because the Model X had so much power. So while we're looking at visual things here, the 2024 Chevy Blazer EV has been spotted undisguised for the first time. No fake headlights. Like, one thing missing is like the lug caps. There it is, fast charging. It doesn't look bad. Looks to be about the same size as this Kia EV6 right next to it. And they're at EVgo. There's a Nissan Leaf right there. It's a lot smaller than I thought. It's bigger than the EV6 and bigger than the Leaf, but not by much. Canada Pension Plan has increased their stake in Tesla to nearly 1 million shares. SpaceX could soon be getting its steel from South Korea. We talked about Tesla pausing FSD beta for the recall. Tesla wins in brand loyalty awards, ending a 12-year streak for Ford in the process. So let's see. And S&P Mobility, S&P General Mobility's 27th Annual Automotive Loyalty Awards. It went to, I'm looking for the chart. There we go. Tesla, well, first GM got overall loyalty to manufacturer. And then Tesla got these: overall loyalty to make, ethnic market loyalty to make, most improved make loyalty. Tesla got those, as well as highest conquest percentage, alternative powertrain loyalty to make. And then Subaru got overall loyalty to dealer, and Mercedes got most improved alternative powertrains. And then a bunch of others per segment went to different makers. All right, the Tesla Model Y got luxury small utility, and the Tesla Model 3 got luxury small car. And that's all Tesla did on those systems, those reports. All right, SpaceX did the V2 Mini. We talked about that. VinFast also slashed their lease prices ahead of the March 1st deliveries in California. So not only are the batteries not leased anymore, but if you lease the whole car, it initially announced at $599 for 24 months for the VF8. Now it shows $399 per month for leases. In a message for potential buyers seen by Reuters, the company confirmed a lease price of $274 monthly in California. That's a discount of over 45%. They didn't give any details over how many potential buyers are going to get this deal, but confirmed in a statement that it was in response to Tesla and other EV makers slashing their prices recently. Quote, "This is our special offer to VinFast customers for the VF8 City Edition models in order to stay competitive with other brands. We will officially deliver the VF8 City Edition vehicles to customers on March 1st. So I guess the next question then is to see if they did that 5 days ago or 4 days ago. Let's see. The Giga Berlin production ramp hits 4,000 Model Ys in 1 week. I think we may have touched on. Unless that was Tesla Life. Microsoft reported that scientists discover lithium replacement that may revolutionize EV batteries with a 99.7% efficiency over 400 hours of use. And that came from a university in Maryland using chemicals found in the shell of the blue crab. And one of the comments on that article read that, yes, it may do all this, but you got to dip it in butter first, because you got to dip the crabs in butter. That's still in the university stage, so it's not even at prototypes or betas or pre-production yet. So we're not going to hold our breath for that, but it could happen sometime sooner than we expect. We talked about FSD beta recall. SpaceX Steel from South Korea. That one came up a lot last week, didn't it? Ready to begin production of electric SUV in the US by 2025. We'll see. All right, so we talked about the Cyberlander a bit over the last few years. The Cyberlander has surpassed $150 million in reservations. Don't forget that the base Cyberlander costs more than the base Cybertruck. So we'll see how it actually does when it comes out. And that's not to say that the base Cybertruck will actually happen, but the base Cyberlander costs more than the base Cybertruck last time I looked at it. So what is Cyberlander? It's a expanding origami pop-up truck camper for the model for the Cybertruck. And the one they showed off had a recirculating shower, had a multi-reusable room. It was a kitchen, an office, a bedroom, and this really cool concept. But it's going to be kind of hard to see anything on it until they do their prototype, and then we need to see if their prototype actually fits in a Cybertruck, and what changes when they do make it fit. It'll also extend out a little bit to the back when you've got the tailgate open. Oh, there we go. So the Cyberlander starts at $54,995, while the Cybertruck started at $39,000. They're still accepting reservations at cyberlander.com. We'll go there next. Take a look if there's any comments. 150 million divided by 50 means that you have 3,000 pre-orders. 3,000, that's not a lot. That's a lot for a very specialized accessory at a steep price. In comparison, F-150 has over 200,000 reservations, representing almost a 3-year backlog. Ford has $10 billion of pre-orders. Further, I did some research and found that Tesla claimed December 8th, 2021 that it had 100 million in pre-orders, about 2,000 vehicles. So that means that in 14 months, they have only garnered an additional 1,000 orders. It's a disaster. It's a Cyberlander, buddy, not the Cybertruck. All right, and let's go to their site and see what's changed since we were last there. Yes, Vinny. You want up, or are you just looking at the screen? Okay. Every time I pick you up, you wiggle down. You want up? All right, the ultimate adventure vehicle. Seamless extension of Cybertruck. Go anywhere, anytime. Stay off grid for weeks because it's got a solar roof with a deployable array. All right, I don't want to reserve now. I mean, I'd like to be able to afford that, but I'd also need a place to put it. So they've got the smart TV built in. They've got the automatic door with locks, invisible induction cooktop because it inducts from underneath the countertop. It's got cabinets. It's got a sink, touchless voice. Then you've got your car. This just further cements how long the car is from the front to the footwell. Let's look at their specs. 1,200 pounds, wet weight 1,360. Doesn't have that much weight in water, it seems. Freshwater usable 40, gray water usable 20. Water filtration is 4 stages, 500 watts of solar. Battery capacity is shared with the Cybertruck, so over 20 kilowatt hours. The thinking was they would plug into the bed. 2 adults and 2 children. Starlink satellite. Aerodynamic drag of 0 because it folds down and the vault fits over the top, so it doesn't add anything to the truck. Excuse me. Estimated range reduction with the Cyberlander is estimated to be 5% because it weighs 1,200 pounds. Center of gravity compared to other truck campers is very low because it collapses down, whereas a regular truck camper is always up and always there. But with 60 gallons of water, it is still going to be noticeable that it's back there. Visibility reduction from Cybertruck, it says unrestricted, but that's only if the Cybertruck keeps the rear view camera mirror that they showed us that might not have been in that last prototype. They've got 5 patents, 2 issued and 3 pending. Virtual reality. I don't have a VR glasses, so we can't look at that. Camping, business, ocean, urban. I like that you can fit through drive-thrus and explore all use cases. You know what? I'm going to go through their news site later. All right, let's see here. Let's see what's next. SpaceX is expanding their operations in Redmond, Washington. Ford partners with LG Energy Solutions for one of the largest EV cell production facilities in Europe. I don't know if this is new, but it was new to me. The Boulder Teardrop Camper is an EV supercharger on wheels. How is this a supercharger? It's got an 85 kilowatt hour battery. It's very much like the one I showed you with the Cybertruck. You got a kitchen in the back and a bed in the center. But it zeroes itself out because it's got a motor and a battery. So it's very similar to that German one that we showed and the Airstream that we showed. And let's see. Oh, Moto almost canceled us. She's yanking on the cords again. Not bad. All right, let me check my levels. All right, the levels still say they're good. Let me know if you guys have any trouble hearing me. Softly angular Cybertruckish design is evidently designed to complement most popular EVs today. I mean, it doesn't look bad. That's an impressively large table for some small camper, though. Interesting, though, it's got Model S wheels on this side and Model 3 wheels on that side. Oh, that's got a lot of sleeping room. So you've got 2 people sleeping underneath, and another person sleeping on the bunk there, and then a shelf. It's not as bad as some of the teardrop campers I've seen for claustrophobia. You got your pop-up table. All right, so the price will set you back $67,000, the price of a Model Y. But considering the double duty capabilities of a trailer that can comfortably house 4 people and offers level 3 CCS standard, to add an additional 100 miles of range in just 10 minutes with those electrified hearts. Why are you feeling my stomach? This child is feeling my stomach. Did it say how many kilowatt hours? 75 kilowatt hours. Sorry, I was off by 10 kilowatt hours. So it's got a Model 3 original pack, basically, sitting under the floor. There you go. I will paste this in the chat so if you're interested in it and have the means, you can find it. I'll come back here and we'll go to the next thing. Tesla's on the cusp of landing anode material offtake deal with Magnus Energy. Talk about it more if they get it. Here we go. VinFast VF8 in Vietnam over potentially loose front brake calipers will be fixed in the US before deliveries begin. I don't know if that was new or not. Tesla co-founder Martin Eberhard hasn't spoke to Elon in 14 years. Warns other EV startups not to try to be like Tesla. I think Elon said the same thing. Don't copy us. Tesla FSD beta version 11.3 has expanded to more employees, and the release notes show addition of voice memos and more. So if you disengage the FSD, it'll ask you why you did that. You can say, I just saw a sale at the burger joint, or I was hungry, or I didn't like that the car didn't swerve for the squirrel in the road, or the car was trying to run a red light. And like they can actually take this with machine translation, and now they have reasons for why you did what you did, rather than having to guess like they did with the camera button, or even worse, what they have now without the snapshot button. Today they just have to guess if you disengaging was a bad thing at all. At least with the snapshot button, they know that you're hitting that meant that it was either something really good or something that should not have happened. Tesla China is cooperating with investigation after a fatal crash. Orders are down 20%. GM Canada is investing in EV drive units at St. Catharines Propulsion Factory. Nissan cuts the Aria flagship price in China by $8,740. I'm assuming those are Canadian dollars or Chinese yuan. It's a dollar sign. Okay, there we go. So it's 60,000 yuan, or RMB 224,800. Mayor Coral Gables indicates he wants a Tesla for the police department's fleet. We talked about this on the Tesla Life show. Tesla Cybertruck prototype spotted with its suspension cranked. I think we've talked about this one already based on the date, but let's look at the picture anyway. No, I don't want to copy the link. I want to send it to the back. And here it is. Suspension cranked all the way up compared to the one we saw earlier where it was either on standard or low. Then we've got a little video. This big old truck right in front of us is significantly quieter than a forklift, propane forklift. Propane or electric? And then there's a much clearer video, giving a much closer look. Again, with the suspension on a much higher level than we typically see this thing at. Building so big it's foggy inside?
Do the lights. We're the lighting guys.
Oh, or are they getting the laser show ready, and so they're fogging so you can see the laser beams? One of them. All right, let's see what the date on the next piece is. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save the rest of these and go through them to see if they need to be on next week's show, and let's see what Bennett says. Bennett says, anyone take the solar hard shell camper tent that collapsed fits into the rear of a Model Y yet? Because that's what I want. I'm not familiar with that one. Let's see. Model Y solar camper. Model Y SUV camper kitchen. And about 10 camping in the Model Y. You got a link or a name for that, Bennett? Self-sustainable camper from Model 3 and Model Y. This one doesn't fit inside, but it is one. We wait for it to spin on in.
Hey guys, Paul here. Welcome back to the channel. So I just recently went to a Tesla takeover in San Luis Obispo.
That's a Model 3 or Y. There's the camper. Also a teardrop camper. It does appear to be solar. I think we've seen this one before. Well, we discussed it much. I think this one might be the 85 kilowatt hour one. It's got also an airy feel with all that glass and light colored wood. It doesn't have that boxy feeling. It's got that boxy shape. And it also appears to have a nice little daytime usage. Doesn't have much solar on it. It looks like the three panels, and they're flexi type. And if this is the one I think of, like I said, it's got an 85 kilowatt hour pack. I don't know if it has drive assist. All right, got your induction kitchen in the back. All right. Oh, wondering if it exists yet. Oh, well, I don't think it does. You need to piece together things that weren't designed. But the good thing, if you do that, then you can kind of refine it, and you've got yourself an industry right there. The Model Y is the best-selling car in the world at the moment. America, Europe, China, Germany. You're onto something. If they can get 50 for the Cyberlander, sorry, 55 for the Cyberlander before taxes, I think you can do something reasonable in a Model Y and actually get some money for it. That's something we should dive in on a little deeper there, Bennett. I think it'd be fun. I don't have a Model Y, but this off-gridding thing is an interest of mine. So, like I said, we'll look at the rest of these articles later if they're still relevant. I want to thank all of our channel members and patrons for their monetary support each week. I want to thank all of you guys for your time each week, also for your likes and subscribes, because the YouTube algorithm does appreciate that. And I also want to thank our friend Sergio for not just going out and filming that on location with. Did he do all three of his cars, or at least with both of his models? And also for coming on the show and talking about it with us. And with that, we'll catch you on the flip side. Thank you.